Chapter 564. Could it really be the inheritance of the legendary Wind Lightning Emperor? The pirate leader's heart skipped a beat as his attention was attracted. The cultivation technique he cultivated was of the water lightning lineage. Naturally, he had a certain understanding of the lightning Tao's inheritances and the many legendary figures. In the vast Song Sea, the Wind Thunder Emperor was definitely one of the best among the legendary figures of the Tao of Thunder. 10,000 years ago, the Wind Lightning Emperor shocked several spiritual sacred lands, and his speed was unparalleled in the Tsang Ocean. As an inheritor of the Tao of Lightning, the pirate leader had obviously heard of the legends of the Wind Lightning Emperor. According to all the signs, he suspected that this youth might have received some of the inheritance of the Wind Lightning Emperor. This brat's speed has surpassed the half-step origin core realm, and he's using the unique purple destruction Wind Lightning from the Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance. To be able to fight against Hong San and Jiao Si by himself was not something an ordinary inherited realm expert could do. One has to know that Hong San and Jiao Si once teamed up to stop an origin core realm. The pirate leader analyzed and became more and more certain of his guesses. Greed appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't control the excitement in his heart. That was the legacy of a great emperor. Furthermore, the Wind Lightning Emperor wasn't a normal void god realm emperor. Almost no one in the Tsang Ocean could do anything to him. Purple destruction, Wind Lightning Whip. Zhao Feng used the secret technique of Wind Lightning and fought against the two pirate leaders by himself. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all, and he even had the upper hand. Stop him! The elder with the walking stick and the ugly man became more and more shocked as they fought. They didn't think they could kill Zhao Feng, so they followed the pirate leader's orders and stopped Zhao Feng first. The battle power of these two is even stronger than Lu Tianyi before he became an origin core realm. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly. If he didn't take out some killing moves, he wouldn't be able to finish them off in a short amount of time. After all, these two pirate leaders could fight against an origin core realm sovereign if they teamed up. Zhao Feng wasn't impatient. He had comprehended more than 1/5 of the purple wind lightning, but he hadn't used it much in actual combat. The strength of these two pirate leaders was not bad, and they were suitable to be used as test subjects. Otherwise, Zhao Feng only needed to use the Ice Imperial Spear or activate the Ghost Corp's Cursed Array to end the battle in a short time. He didn't even need to do anything. The skeletal division leader would be able to deal with it. During the battle, Zhao Feng continued to use the purple destruction, wind, lightning profundity in his mind. Through actual combat, he tried to verify some of his guesses. Swoosh! Zhao Feng's speed increased as he weaved through the wind and lightning. The purple destruction wind, lightning aura on his body became more refined and smooth. He didn't need to use the wings of Tempest to be faster than the other two. As the battle continued, the elder with the walking stick and the scale-skinned man grew more and more fearful. The pressure they faced didn't decrease, but increased instead. At the same time, the people on the ship were surrounded, and they were not out of danger yet. Thankfully, on the pirate side, the old man with the walking stick and the scaly man were sent away. Zhao Feng also killed 3 of them. The people on the ship were able to hold on for a while. However, the leader of the ship, the sovereign in multicolored clothes, was in danger. Old man Huang, with your injured body, you won't be able to escape if you can hold on for another half the time it takes to make tea. The expression of the scholar in blue was grim. The sovereign in multicolored clothes didn't care about the price, and this made him angry. At this moment, the pirate in blue was worried that Zhao Feng would run away. More accurately speaking, run away. This was because Zhao Feng's speed surpassed the two pirate leaders. It wouldn't be hard for him to run away. However, it wasn't easy to kill a sovereign in a short amount of time, even if it was an injured sovereign. On the other side, Zhao Feng's advantage became bigger and bigger. In his mind, in the dilapidated wind lightning inheritance world, All sorts of wind, lightning energies appeared in various forms. Zhao Feng focused his comprehension on the purple destruction wind lightning. Through the battle, Zhao Feng's understanding of the laws of wind lightning had been tested, and he had comprehended some small details. Purple destruction, wind lightning snake dance. The wind lightning whip in Zhao Feng's hand became more condensed, and the power of destruction wind lightning contained within it became purer and purer. Furthermore, the wind lightning whip was like a living snake of wind and lightning. Its attacks were tricky, penetrating and entangling with Xiao Qin. With the naked eye, Zhao Feng seemed to be surrounded by snakes of wind, lightning that danced around him. They left behind afterimages as they attacked relentlessly. Whoosh! Bam! Boom! The elder with the walking stick and the scaly man were completely beaten up. Zhao Feng's mental energy level was also extremely high, comparable to an Origin core realm sovereign. The power he could unleash from the wind, lightning, inheritance rose dramatically. I can't fight for long. Zhao Feng increased his offense and fully unleashed the intent of a sovereign. Although he had cut off the blood contract with the scorpion, it still attracted the attention of the 3 sections. Not good. On the other side, the expression of the pirate leader in blue changed dramatically. In his field of vision, the unknown youth was beating the 2 elite leaders of the Blue Thunder pirate group, forcing them to retreat. Arg! The elder with the walking stick and the scaly man screamed as scorch marks appeared on their bodies. Zhao Feng's attacks contained the power of destruction, and the injuries caused by it were hard to recover. In just a short while, the 2 pirate leaders began to retreat, their injuries piling up. However, how could their speed compare to Zhao Feng's? Arg! The scaly man screamed as one of his legs was wrapped by the wind lightning snake whip. His body twitched and black smoke came out. Crack! He had sacrificed one of his legs and burned his source of true spirit to save his life. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure flashed once again, and the wind lightning snake whip hit the back of the elder with the walking stick. Wah! The elder with the walking stick spat out a mouthful of blood and was pushed back 100 yards. Help! Run! The 2 pirate leaders covered their heads and ran. If they didn't run, they would lose their lives. Humph! The wind lightning snake whip in Zhao Feng's hand disappeared as he ignored the 2 and flew in another direction. The 2 groups couldn't help but be surprised. After heavily injuring the 2 pirate leaders, Zhao Feng didn't continue to chase and didn't help either side. Instead, he turned around and left. Junior, stop right there! The pirate leader in blue finally couldn't take it anymore and roared. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. If he left the sovereign in multicolored clothes behind, the pirates without a sovereign would be slaughtered. Furthermore, if he chased after Zhao Feng, he might face a pincer attack from Zhao Feng and the sovereign in multicolored clothes. With Zhao Feng's battle power close to the sovereign realm, the situation wouldn't be optimistic if he teamed up with a sovereign in multicolored clothes. No one knew if Zhao Feng still had any hidden cards. After all, he had obtained the Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance. However, if Zhao Feng left, the Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance might be lost. Bro, these void pirates are our common enemy. Can we work together to repel them? I'll be grateful. The sovereign in multicolored clothes also yelled. Hearing this, the pirate leader's expression changed again. Once Zhao Feng joined the pirates, the situation would instantly change. What was unexpected was Zhao Feng didn't choose the pirates, nor did he care about the pirate leader. Logically speaking, if Zhao Feng was attacked by the pirates, he should have chosen to help the ship. That was the most logical and moral thing to do. If you can help, I'm willing to agree to any request, and the Lulan family will repay you tenfold. A light female voice came from the direction of the ship. The owner of the voice was Lulan Jishui. At this moment, Lulan Jishui's ordinary face was no longer there. Instead, It was replaced with a face as beautiful as jade. It was like a snow-white porcelain, flawless like jade. There was a faint blush on her cheeks, making her look extremely charming. Lady Lulan. Some males from both sides fell into a momentary daze. In this misty world, there was a peerlessly beautiful and pitiful beauty. She was like a sunset in the evening. The words, "I'm willing to agree to any request," made everyone's heart shake. Unfortunately, this sentence wasn't directed at anyone from either side. What was even more incredible was that the youth in front of them was like a wooden statue that turned around and flew away. Both sides were stunned, facing Lulan Jishue's promise and the Lulan family's gratitude. The brat had no reaction at all? Something's wrong. The pirates found that something was wrong. Zhao Feng didn't fly in the direction of the 8 desolate mountain, but in the opposite direction. Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of wind and lightning as he charged through the sea of mist toward the gray metallic ship. This was the Blue Lightning Pirate Group ship. Arg. The pirates guarding the gray metal ship were only at the early stage or late stage true lord ranks, and they were scared out of their wits. Bam! Zhao Feng landed on the gray metal ship. Master, this limitless ocean ship is made of void ocean silver crystal. Its defense is extremely strong, and it's suitable for flying across the limitless ocean. If I'm not wrong, this ship can even enter the ocean and disguise itself. The skeletal division leader within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl laughed. It was obvious that the skeletal division leader was very satisfied with this ship. Next, Zhao Feng easily defeated all the pirates on the gray metal ship. As long as one has enough primal crystal stones and some people, they can control the ship and travel across the limitless ocean. The people on the ship don't have to worry about the exhaustion of flying, and they can spend more time cultivating. The skeletal division leader explained. Because they needed people to maintain the ship, Zhao Feng left some alive. In reality, stealing the limitless ocean ship was also the skeletal division leader's idea. Hearing this, Zhao Feng was extremely tempted. After all, he didn't need to fly so bitterly, and he could spend more time cultivating. After all, Zhao Feng wanted to find the sky sacred Qin Palace, and he needed a ship if he wanted to cross the sea under the control of another spiritual sacred land. The journey would be long and arduous, and he would need a ship. Shameless bastard. The blue-clothed pirate leader, who was fighting in front of him, almost exploded with rage. His previous worries were completely unnecessary. Not only did Zhao Feng not retreat, he even took the chance to steal the ship. On the Blue Thunder pirate group side, everyone cursed in anger. As pirates, one day, they would be robbed by others while they were in trouble. Chapter 565. On the Limitless Ocean. The two sides seemed to come to a momentary pause as Zhao Feng took advantage of the situation from the back. This shameless thief! Stop him! We can't let the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship fall into his hands. The pirates were dazed for a moment before they started to curse. On the ship, Lulan Jishue and company were dumbfounded as they watched Zhao Feng steal the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship. This young man is too daring. He even dares to rob the Blue Thunder Pirate Group ship. The Blue Thunder Pirate Group was one of the top 10 pirate groups around the 8 desolate mountain. Many merchants nearby were terrified of the Blue Thunder Pirate Group. Even though the Blue Lightning Pirate Group wasn't one of the strongest pirate groups, but they were more agile and stealthy than most other pirate groups. Their greatest advantage was their excellent void ocean ships. The Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship had several hundred years of history, and it was one of the strongest ships around the 8 desolate mountain. Its speed, stealthiness, and defense were all top-notch. Preposterous. Even though the blue-robed scholar was calm and patient, he was enraged. The Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship was one of his biggest trump cards. If this ship was stolen, the Blue Lightning Pirates would be removed from the list of the top 10 pirate groups. Water, lightning, flipping hand. The blue-clothed scholar didn't care about the price. He activated the source energy in his body and sent out a giant hand of lightning that covered half a mile. An endless pressure like that of Mount Tai appeared. The light and darkness of the lightning twisted, sealing the entire area. Wah! The already injured venerable in flowery robes was sent flying a kilometer away by the heaven-flipping hand. Wah! The sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell into the limitless ocean. Brat, how dare you steal my void ship? The scholar in blue was enraged, and a cruel expression appeared on his face. At this moment, he no longer cared about the injured and retreating venerable in flowery robes. Instead, he counterattacked. Retreat! Kill that thief and take back the ship. The blue-clothed scholar ordered coldly and led the pirates to retreat, attacking Zhao Feng, who was behind them. The blue lightning sea-sky ship was the foundation of the pirate group, and it couldn't be lost. Furthermore, that kid might have gotten the inheritance of the Wind Lightning Emperor, so there was no time to lose. On the other side, the flowery clothed venerable was slightly surprised. If the blue-clothed scholar had fought fiercely for a while longer, he would have had the chance to kill him, and then it would not have been too late to deal with Zhao Feng. The people on the ship wore terrified expressions, and at the same time they were slightly startled. Seeing that the people on the ship were in a life-and-death situation, the Blue Lightning Bandit suddenly gave the order to retreat and charged at Zhao Feng. Hee, that kid left us in the lurch earlier. Now it's his turn to suffer. Some people on the ship said gloatingly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Uncle Huang, that youth is extremely talented and possesses extraordinary strength. If we can save him and join forces against the pirates, we should have a 40 to 50% chance of success. Otherwise, the Blue Lightning Bandit would be able to quickly kill him and return to the Black Lightning sect. Lulan Jishui's eyebrows furrowed as she analyzed. Honestly speaking, she felt a certain amount of disgust toward Zhao Feng's actions of leaving her to die. But under the current situation, teaming up with Zhao Feng was the best way out. Jishui, the flowery-clothed sovereign, shook his head bitterly and said, Even if we teamed up with that youth, we would still die. The only way to survive is to take you back to the 8 desolate mountain and abandon everyone on the ship. Hearing this, Lulan Jishui looked at the flowery-clothed sovereign in disbelief. Obviously, the flowery-clothed sovereign's injuries were several times more serious than she had imagined, and he must be suppressing his injuries. The Blue Lightning Bandit's attack, before he left, had deeply injured the Venerable One's foundation. Abandon everyone on the ship. Lulan Jishui looked like she could not bear it, and a trace of struggle appeared on her pretty face. But if she didn't do this, the flowery-clothed sovereign would most likely die if he continued to fight. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Jishui, quickly return to the 8 desolate mountain with me while that brat is still busy. The flowery-clothed sovereign wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and landed in front of Lulan Jishui. Could it be there's no chance at all? Lulan Jishui couldn't bear the shame and looked at the youth in the fog. At this moment, the blue-clothed scholar led the pirates and charged at Zhao Feng on the gray metal ship. He was somewhat surprised. The young man slowly put away the gray metal ship and then looked at the blue-robed scholar and the others calmly. Surround him. The blue-clothed scholar suspected that there was a trap and didn't attack immediately. The sovereign elder in multicolored clothes couldn't help but be surprised by Zhao Feng's performance. Of course, the stronger Zhao Feng was, the more advantageous it was for their escape. Watch out! Kill that brat first! The blue-clothed pirate leader ordered as rings of water and lightning descended from the sky and pressed down on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng immediately felt a profound power of water and lightning crashing over. The power of water and lightning was fierce and domineering, but also gentle. Rings of wind and lightning. Zhao Feng's figure leapt into the air as rings of azure and purple wind and lightning surrounded him. They charged in all directions, creating dozens of wind and lightning rings at every moment, attacking and defending in one. Boom! Crackle! The two powers of lightning clashed in the air for a breath or two. In terms of speed, Zhao Feng had the advantage. The aura of the purple destruction wind lightning and his speed must be the inheritance of the wind lightning emperor. Luckily, this brat only comprehended a little of the purple destruction wind lightning. The blue-clothed pirate leader wanted to capture Zhao Feng alive, so he only used 60 to 70% of his strength. Bam! Zhao Feng's rings of wind and lightning started to dim, and the majority of them were shattered. His figure quickly retreated. The power of water and lightning of the blue lightning pirate leader is extremely profound. Although Zhao Feng's inheritance was of a high rank and he had the advantage in attack speed, he still couldn't fight against a pirate that had cultivated for several hundred years. The blue-clothed pirate leader's cultivation was similar to Elder Shui Yun's. They were both at the late-stage small origin core realm. With Zhao Feng's current strength, he couldn't easily use his eye bloodline, so he could only fight against early-stage small origin core realms and fight against middle-stage small origin core realms for a while. The blue-clothed pirate leader didn't use his full strength, but he was still able to suppress Zhao Feng. Ice Imperial Spear. After fighting for a while, Zhao Feng released a portion of the Ice Imperial Spear's aura, and an ancient coldness swept toward the blue-clothed pirate leader. This brat's incomplete Earth-grade weapon is probably not simple. The blue-clothed pirate leader was overjoyed. Even though they were both Earth-grade weapons, there were different grades. Some of the shards or fragments of Earth-ranked weapons were low-grade, some were mid-grade, and there were even high-grade inheritance-type Earth-ranked weapons. Unfortunately, if that brat teamed up with me earlier, we might have been able to defeat the blue lightning pirate leader. The sovereign elder was shocked by Zhao Feng's strength and couldn't help but feel regretful. Zhao Feng's strength was comparable to normal early-stage, small origin core realms, but the blue lightning pirate leader's cultivation was too high. Just as he was about to fall into a disadvantage again, I should be able to suppress this person if I use the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array. Or... Zhao Feng didn't panic. A thought flashed through his mind, and as he dodged, he suddenly waved his hand. Shwa! In the dark gray fog, a ghastly and horrifying skeleton emerged. The skeleton was dark gold and silver, and there were two balls of dim flames dancing in its eye sockets. It was a ghastly sight. A thick aura of death energy filled the limitless sea. Countless sea creatures within a radius of several hundred miles felt their souls throbbing. Ghost Dao Bone refining, sovereign of the origin core realm. The pirate leader's expression changed dramatically. The smile on his face froze as he suppressed Zhao Feng. From the aura alone, he could tell that this sovereign wasn't weak. The pirate leader even felt the faint aura of an Earth-grade weapon. Sovereign at the origin core realm. The flower-clothed venerable lord who was about to retreat could not help but cry out when he saw this scene. In the limitless ocean, most of the experts that appeared were peak existences and were at least at the true lord rank or true spirit realm. Therefore, the true lord ranks in the limitless ocean were the most common. However, once one's cultivation reached the primal core realm, it would be different. They were rare even in the void sea and could be considered experts. And now, if Zhao Feng waved his hand and summoned an origin core realm expert, the situation would be completely different. It's been a long time since I've come out to exercise. The skeletal division leader's body glowed with a dark black light, and when it waved its fists, a soul-shaking purple-black light appeared. At this moment, the skeletal division leader's cultivation had recovered to its peak. Furthermore, with the support of the resources in the Purple Saint ruins, its strength was much stronger than before. That Earth-ranked divine weapon, the 9 evil Een Bone Thorn, was extraordinary. After merging with his bones, It greatly strengthened the toughness of his bones, as well as his strength and defense. The moment it attacked, the skeletal division leader met the ripples of water and lightning head-on and charged toward the pirate leader. Every punch and palm contained the power of death, and with the addition of the 9 deadly Inbone, the skeletal division leader's battle power surpassed normal sovereigns. The flower-clothed venerable lord, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help but be moved. At least, he knew that he wouldn't be the skeletal division leader's match if he wasn't injured. The skeletal division leader specialized in mental energy and the ghost Dao bone refining. Its attacks could target both the physical and mental energy dimensions. Purple destruction, wind, lightning, snake dance. Snakes of wind and lightning danced around Zhao Feng's body and attacked the blue lightning pirate lord in a tricky manner. Being sandwiched from both sides, the blue lightning bandit couldn't resist and started cursing. Although he had a support-type Earth-grade weapon, its power couldn't be compared to the skeletal division leader's 9 deadly Inbone. 9 deadly Inbone. The skeletal division leader took out its Earth-grade weapon, and a dark silver-boned spike dozens of yards long shot into the air with a piercing screech. Arg! The shock waves slaughtered some peak-true lord ranks nearby. The blue lightning pirate leader was pushed back and cursed in anger. At the same time, he was being attacked by Zhao Feng's purple destruction, wind lightning snake whip. His blood churned, and he was already slightly injured. The skeletal division leader's battle power has increased quite a bit. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Under the situation where he couldn't use his eye bloodline, the skeletal division leader was the main force. Chapter 566. Even now, the skeletal division leader's strength had far surpassed when it was the Scarlet Moon division leader. One reason was the large amount of resources in the Purple Saint ruins. The other was the 9 deadly Inbone. The Earth-grade weapon, the 9 deadly Inbone, was extremely helpful in increasing its strength and comprehension. This was because every Earth-grade weapon had its own history and intent of a void god realm king. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to create an Earth-grade weapon. Furthermore, the skeletal division leader's battle techniques had increased after fighting with the experts of the 3 sections. At this moment in time, above the limitless ocean, the skeletal division leader was the main force, and its battle power was on par with the blue lightning pirate. On the side, Zhao Feng mainly supported him. He used secret techniques of wind lightning or the ice imperial spear to suppress the blue-clothed pirate leader. The master and slave duo were able to suppress the blue lightning pirate leader and slowly increase their advantage. Wings of wind and lightning. A pair of wings of wind and lightning formed behind Zhao Feng's back. The purple destruction wind lightning was the skeleton, and the azure wind lightning was the wings. As he continued to comprehend the wings of wind and lightning, not only did it increase his speed, it also increased Zhao Feng's ability to sense and control the power of wind and lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the help of the wings of wind and lightning, Zhao Feng's speed increased dramatically. The pressure on the blue lightning pirate leader increased, and the nearby pirates were killed by Zhao Feng. Arg! Arg! The elder with the walking stick and the scaled mail were killed by Zhao Feng's wind lightning technique. In just a short while, the blue lightning pirate leader no longer had any pirates around him, and he was fighting by himself. Earth-grade weapon, ice imperial spear. In the center of Zhao Feng's palm, the figure of the spear instantly turned into a dark blue crystal-like spear of an emperor. Shu Wang, the ice imperial spear, trembled, and layers of ice lotuses that looked like blue crystals appeared. The taboo ancient cold power quickly froze everything in the surrounding void sea. In an instant, an ancient ice emperor's cold might that could freeze all things in the world enveloped this part of the world, and it spread to a radius of 10 miles. Zhao Feng did his best to condense the ice imperial spear's power to a radius of 1 to 2 kilometers. The void pirates nearby were all frozen in ice. This divine weapon, could it be an Earth-rank divine weapon inherited by the Ice Empress? Everyone on the ship felt the Ice Monarch's aura, and they felt as if their bodies and souls had fallen into an endless abyss of ice. It was also an Earth-rank divine weapon. Zhao Feng's Ice Imperial Spear was even more special. It contained the Tao of Inheritance and could unleash a profound intent that surpassed his own limits. Even someone as strong as the blue-clothed pirate leader was affected by the ancient cold energy. His blood and even his true yuan were frozen to a certain extent, and a layer of frost formed on the surface of his body. Void Sky, Dark Demon Stab. Using this chance, the Skeletal Division leader threw out its Earth-grade weapon. A dark silver spike of light shot through the air and struck the blue Lightning Pirate King. Pung! The blue Thunder Bandit let out a muffled groan, and his face turned pale. The water lightning ripples around him dimmed and shattered, leaving a small bloody hole in his chest. Stay here. Zhao Feng and the Skeletal Division leader unleashed another attack that sent the blue Lightning Pirate flying and coughing out blood. At the same time, the aura of a primal core cultivator came from behind, and the sound of air being torn could be heard. Blue Thunder Bandit, prepare to die. The sovereign expert led the people on the ship and chased after the blue Lightning Pirate. You win. The blue Thunder Bandit's face was gloomy, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had yet to dry. His body turned into a dazzling ball of water lightning, and his aura nearly doubled. With a bang sound, he instantly broke through the encirclement of the three venerable experts and flew several miles away. Whoosh! A streak of water and lightning flashed across the limitless ocean. Under the blue Lightning Pirate's last attack, Zhao Feng's blood churned and he was slightly injured. However, with the help of his water bloodline, Zhao Feng's injuries were quickly healed. On the other hand, the flower-clothed venerable wanted to beat the dog while it was down, but before he could do anything, he was injured. Wah! The flower-robed venerable elder spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. His face was pale and extremely depressed. Master, the blue Lightning Pirate is heavily injured. Should we chase after him? Kill him by the roots. The Skeletal Division leader became restless. It had been suppressed in the Purple Saint ruins, and now that it was stronger, it could finally have some fun. No need. Zhao Feng only wanted to steal this ship. As for the blue Lightning Pirate's revenge, he didn't care. After all, he was only passing by the 8 Desolate Mountain and wouldn't stay for long. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to kill the blue Lightning Pirate. 3 sovereigns working together had allowed him to escape. From this, one could see how strong he was. Next, Zhao Feng and the Skeletal Division leader returned to the ship and started to reorganize. How unfortunate. Zhao Feng found that the sailors on the ship had all died in the clash with the Earth-grade weapon. The power of an Earth-grade weapon was forbidden to those below the Origin Core realm, and just a wisp of it could kill normal true Lord ranks. Furthermore, the cultivation of the sailors on the ship was only at the early stage true Lord rank or late stage. Little friend, this old man has a suggestion. The elder's eyes lit up as he cupped his hands and said politely. At this moment, the people on the ship, including Lulan Jishui, had arrived. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned over and instantly understood. So, under the attack of the pirates just now, more than half of the ships on the ship's side had been destroyed. Their ship didn't have the quality or defense of the blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, which was able to withstand the shockwaves from sovereigns. Little friend, since you don't have a crew, it'll be hard for you to control the blue Lightning Sea Sky ship. Why don't we go together? We'll provide the crew. The flower-robed venerable smiled. Go together? We don't seem to be going in the same direction. Zhao Feng paused. He was heading in the direction of the 8 Desolate Mountain, while the ship was heading in the opposite direction. Little friend, if you can help us get to the Pure Moon spiritual sect, the Lulan family and I will be extremely grateful. Furthermore, this is also a great fortune for you." The flower-robed old man voiced out his proposal. "What? Go to the Pure Moon spiritual sect?" Zhao Feng almost rolled his eyes. He had offended all 3 two-star sects in the Tianlu Islands. The Pure Moon spiritual sect's enmity with Zhao Feng was even deeper. In the 2 trips to the Purple Saint ruins, Zhao Feng had killed countless experts from the Pure Moon spiritual sect, including sovereigns at the Origin core realm. Luckily, Zhao Feng was currently at the edge of the Tianlu Islands, so he didn't need to worry too much. Little friend, you might not know, the Pure Moon spiritual sect is a 2.5-star superpower. With your talent, if you enter the Pure Moon spiritual sect with Lady Lulan, the elder tried his best to persuade. "Stop! There's no room for discussion." Zhao Feng stopped him. Seeing Zhao Feng's decisiveness, the elder and Lulan Jishui felt helpless. "If that's the case, then I won't force you, but we have to repay you for saving our lives." The elder and Lulan Jishui looked at each other. Immediately, the 2 sincerely asked Zhao Feng to go to the Lulan family in the 8 Desolate Mountain. The 8 Desolate Mountain happened to be where Zhao Feng was going. Because the ship was damaged, the elder and company could only go back the way they came. Doesn't Benefactor have no crew? Go to the 8 Desolate Mountain and you can replenish everything you need. Jishui also sincerely invites Benefactor to be a guest at the Lulan family. Lulan Jishui's eyes rippled. The final stage. Zhao Feng stole the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship and defeated the leader of the pirates, winning everyone's respect. Even Lulan Jishui's impression of Zhao Feng changed, and she started to admire him. 8 Desolate Mountain. Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. According to Lulan Jishui, the 8 Desolate Mountain was the only resupply in the surrounding ocean. Once Zhao Feng left this place, it would be hard for him to find another place to resupply. Okay. Zhao Feng also wanted to take a look at the foreign scenery. After entering the outer world, all they saw was the limitless ocean. Not long after, the people that were originally on the ship met up on the gray metal ship. Zhao Feng didn't need to worry, as there were sailors among them who could control the ship. The Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship is one of the legendary ships in the 8 Desolate Mountain. Its defense and speed are top tier, and it's good at disguising itself. It can hide in the depths of the ocean. The quality of the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship made the crew extremely excited. Not long after, the gray metal ship flew through the mist. The Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship was 100 feet long and was split into 2 levels. There was also an observation deck at the top. The interior was split into dozens of rooms. At the center of the ship was a small hall, and below it was the control room. As long as we have enough primal crystal stones and other materials, we will be able to drive the Void Ocean ship for a long journey in the endless Void Ocean. Zhao Feng took up the responsibility and entered the captain's cabin. The captain's room was decorated with metal and could block spiritual sense from the outside world. It was suitable for resting and cultivating. After a while, Zhao Feng, the flower-robed sovereign, and Lulan Jishui sat in the center of the hall. From the 2 of them, Zhao Feng learned about the 8 Desolate Mountain, the 3 two-star sects, and even the entire Tianlu Island zone. "Uncle Huang, Miss Lulan, why did the 2 of you return to the 8 Desolate Mountain?" Zhao Feng asked. The flower-robed sovereign explained bitterly, "The ship was damaged, the journey was long, and I'm heavily injured. That's one of the reasons. Furthermore, the Blue Lightning Pirate has a sworn brother who's the leader of the Pirate Alliance in the 8 Desolate Mountain." Zhao Feng instantly understood. The Pure Moon spiritual sect was very far away, and it would be very difficult to reach there without a ship. The Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship sped through the limitless ocean. At a certain moment, a clear fluctuation of yuan qi appeared in front of them. In their vision, The outline of a magnificent mountain range, surrounded by a layer of blue light, stood in the sea of nothingness. Primal chi of heaven and earth flowed here. From the limitless ocean, the 8 desolate mountain was like a large piece of jade. "Brother Zhao, we're about to enter the zone," the flower-robed sovereign reminded. At this moment, the two of them were already familiar with Zhao Feng. Zone. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eyes slightly opened and saw an invisible force field that covered the entire 8 desolate mountain. Chapter 567. The gray metal ship slowly approached the 8 desolate mountain. It was about to enter the inner region. Zhao Feng focused because he hadn't experienced the journey from the inner region to the outer region. Soon, the gray metal ship entered the outer region of the 8 desolate mountain. The layer of blue aura was faint. On the surface of the metal ship, tiny colorful sparks appeared. The resistance is getting stronger. My body is getting heavier. Zhao Feng's body felt slightly uncomfortable. As the ship flew, the resistance became stronger. The limitless ocean and the inner region were two different worlds. Without reaching a certain level of cultivation, it was hard to break through the limits of the inner region and enter the limitless ocean. Therefore, some of the natives at the bottom of the island zone didn't know the secrets of the outer region and thought that the land they were on was a continent. As they flew, gravity, air resistance, and even the heaven-earth yuan qi were changing. In essence, the 8 desolate mountain could be seen as a tiny island region. It had its own domain. Heaven, earth, yuan qi, and other factors are all extremely close to the azure flower continent. Zhao Feng sensed these changes were only secondary, and the greatest change was the difference in spatial levels. In his vision, the outline of the mountain range originally looked to be a few thousand miles wide. However, as he entered the inner region, he found that the mountain range in his vision kept on expanding. It kept on expanding. This feeling was like a speck of dust or a blade of grass carrying an unknown world. The actual size of the 8 desolate mountain is probably a few 100,000 miles, comparable to the cloud area. Zhao Feng's body slowly adapted to the environment. A while later, the blue lightning sea-sky ship sank slightly and entered the domain, traveling through the space. This feeling was like entering the inner region from outer space. Blue sky, white clouds, sun. Zhao Feng inspected the inner region. It wasn't much different from the azure flower continent. However, if he didn't leave the outer region, he would never know that the 8 desolate mountain and the azure flower continent were just specks of dust in the vast world. Little friend, have you never gone from the inner region to the outer region? The flower-robed venerable smiled. Lulan Jishui explained with a smile, "There's a difference in the spatial level between the realm and the void sea. Legend has it that all the realms of various sizes in the void sea are the various specks of dust that were scattered in the fan universe after the primordial wilderness shattered." Zhao Feng nodded. He had heard many myths and legends about this world. The world was collectively known as the fan universe. The fan universe was said to be a new world formed after the primeval wilderness shattered. After the primordial era, it experienced the primordial era, and a few other long eras before it gradually evolved into the boundless fan universe. There were only two types of spatial matter in the fan universe. One was the void sea, which was not suitable for ordinary life forms to live in. The other type was various domains of various sizes. These domains, on the other hand, were suitable for humans and many other creatures to inhabit. They gave rise to a splendid civilization. The 8 desolate mountain is located at the edge of the Qianlu Islands, and it's close to the enormous 1,000 flowing islands. It's one of the transfer points between the two clusters. The flower-robed venerable introduced. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's thoughts became clearer. Right now, he needed to leave the Qianlu Islands and enter another island zone. As expected, the next stop was the 1,000 flowing islands. Zhao Feng's birthplace, the Azure Flower Continent, was part of the Azure Islands, and it was next to the Tianlu Islands, where the three sects were located. However, the distance between the island zones was extremely far. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. Unknowingly, he had become extremely far away from his hometown. The destination he was about to reach was many times further than this. After entering the island zone, the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship's speed was still extremely fast, close to the speed of normal sovereigns. If it was in the limitless ocean, this speed would be 10 times or even dozens of times faster. Half a day later, at the peak of the mountain, there was a majestic city made of yellow crystal. The heaven-earth energy here was several times denser than in other areas. This is the sacred land of the 8 desolate mountain, 8 desolate sacred city. The flower-robed venerable had a complicated expression as he stood on the deck of the ship. The ship slowly approached 8 desolate sacred city. Everyone else went to the observation deck at the top of the void ship. 8 desolate sacred city is the center of the 8 desolate mountain and is the trading center of the limitless ocean. The 3 great families all have forces here. Lulan Jishui looked at the sacred city with a special feeling. The Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship's aura was powerful as it slowly approached 8 desolate sacred city. The 8 desolate sacred city gathered all the elites of the 8 desolate mountain zone, and its status was similar to the sacred alliance of the Azure Flower Continent. Apart from that, there were also some outside experts. Everyone here was at or above the true spirit realm, limitless ocean ship. What a powerful aura! Oh my God, isn't that the Blue Lightning pirate ship? How dare a pirate ship enter the 8 desolate sacred city? Someone come. Chaos broke out within 8 desolate sacred city. The limitless ocean ship was something that could travel through the limitless ocean, and it was a luxury for the experts here. Luckily, this was the sacred city, a trading center of the ocean. If it was a normal place, many experts wouldn't even have seen a limitless ocean ship before. Even more so, the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship was a legendary ship near the 8 desolate mountain. So, after a moment of chaos in 8 desolate sacred city, dozens of powerful auras soon flew out. The one leading them was an elder at the origin core realm. Enforcer, sovereign. Everyone's respectful gazes followed the elder. As the transit point of the sea, how could sacred city of 8 desolation not have supremacies overseeing it? Furthermore, there was definitely more than 1 or 2 sovereigns here. Old Lin, the sovereign in multicolored clothes, flew out and greeted the enforcer sovereigns. They were all sovereigns from the 8 desolate mountain zone, so they knew each other. Don't misunderstand. This pirate ship is our spoils of war. The sovereign in multicolored clothes explained. A while later, the experts above the sacred city did a simple inspection before letting them in. Old Huang, with your strength, you think you can seize this legendary void pirate ship? The enforcer sovereign's eyes were filled with doubt. The law enforcement venerable knew the origin of this pirate ship very well. The Blue Lightning Pirates, one of the top 10 pirate groups near the 8 desolate mountain. How could the strength of the Blue Lightning Pirate be compared to normal sovereigns? The sovereign in multicolored clothes smiled awkwardly. Actually, this ship is our spoils of war. That youth. The enforcement elder turned to Zhao Feng, his eyes bulging, the doubt on his face intensifying. Him? Are you kidding me? The law enforcement venerable was a little annoyed. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Obviously, he thought that the sovereign in multicolored clothes was purposely mocking him. So, the ship entered the sacred city and headed toward the territory of the Lulan family. The law enforcer watched as the people on the void pirate ship left. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something. A painting soon appeared in the enforcer's hand. On the painting was a blue-haired youth. His left eye was blue and would occasionally turn azure. On the shoulder of the blue-haired youth was a silver-gray cat. Beside him, there was a skeleton floating in the air, filled with smoke. This youth seems to be the mysterious youth that the three sects have put a bounty on. The enforcer was surprised. Not long ago, the 8 Desolate Mountain received news from the Pure Moon spiritual sect, a person that was wanted by the 3 sects of the Tianlu Islands. This was something that only happened once in 1,000 years. Furthermore, the bounty this time was even more tempting. It was enough to make even sovereigns go crazy. Furthermore, the combined wealth of the 3 families in the 8 Desolate Mountain wasn't as tempting as the bounty. However, this youth's hair and eyes are normal. There's no cat or skeleton next to him. The enforcer's eyes twinkled with uncertainty. Although he wasn't sure, his hand holding the painting was already trembling. It had been a long time since Zhang Xian had become an exalted realm expert, and his heart was beating rapidly. 8 Desolate Sacred City, in the hall of the Lulan family. Zhao Feng, Lulan Jishui, and the upper echelon of the Lulan family were all present. As for the sovereign in multicolored clothes, he was heavily injured and had gone into seclusion to recover. The head of the Lulan family was a kind middle-aged man who had reached the half-step origin core realm. At the same time, he was Lulan Jishui's father. I'll have to trouble little friend Zhao this time. The head of the Lulan family expressed his gratitude several times. Although he was suspicious of Zhao Feng's strength and how he stole the limitless ocean ship, Zhao Feng was still the person who saved his daughter's life. But no matter what, the other party was the savior of his daughter, Lulan Jishui. He had to treat him as a distinguished guest and treat him well. Zhao Fan, you should stay a few more days in the 8 Desolate Mountain. In the tens of thousands of years of history, there are many legends here. It's not any weaker than some of the islands. Lulan Jishui smiled and was extremely friendly. Ever since she returned to the Lulan family, her eyes had been on this youth half the time. There was no other genius in the 8 Desolate Mountain that could be compared to him. This was because Lulan Jishui's early stage, true Lord rank cultivation was one of the top prodigies in the 8 Desolate Mountain, similar to Yu Tianhao's status in the Azure Flower Continent. I can't stay for long. I have to leave today. Zhao Feng shook his head and said, although he couldn't predict what the 3 sects would do, the earlier he left, the safer he would be. Zhao Feng knew this. Out of caution, he changed his name to Zhao Fan. Before he left, Zhao Feng needed to borrow the power of the Lulan family to get some good sailors to help control the limitless ocean ship. The Lulan family was one of the 3 big families in the 8 Desolate Mountain. Their status was similar to the 10 great clans of the Azure Flower Continent. In reality, the difference between the 3 big families and 1-star sects wasn't big. However, in recent years, the Lulan family had started to decline and was about to fall out of the 3 big families. Half of the Lulan family's hopes were placed on Lulan Jishui. If Lulan Jishui could join the Pure Moon spiritual sect and be put in an important position, the Lulan family's status would rise. Chapter 568. A couple of hours later, within the Lulan family, dozens of people stood on a patch of grass. They were all dressed differently, and there were men, women, young and old. Their cultivations were all at the true Lord rank. Some of them had burly figures and ferocious expressions. It was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. Little friend Zhao, according to your request, these people are all willing to be the crew of the ship. Their strength is at the peak of the 8 Desolate Mountain. The head of the Lulan family smiled and said. Zhao Feng faintly nodded his head. The Lulan family was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 big families of the 8 Desolate Mountain. They had found so many people who met the requirements so quickly. Zhao Feng's requirement for the crew was to be at least at the early stage true Lord rank. The age of the crew couldn't be too old. It was best if they weren't over 100 years old. Apart from that, there was another important factor. Zhao Feng wanted to confirm the personality of each crew member and make sure they followed him loyally. The simpler their background, the better. The time limit was 20 years. Of course, Zhao Feng's rewards were also extremely generous. The amount of primal crystal stones and other resources each year was several times, or even 10 times, that of normal crew members. Not only that, Zhao Feng also promised that as long as they passed the 1-year trial, each crew member would receive a piece of an Earth-grade weapon. Even the head of the Lulan family clucked his tongue at such a generous reward. A piece of Earth-grade weapon was extremely precious even for the Lulan family. On the other hand, once Zhao Feng's crew passed, they would receive a piece of Earth-grade weapon. This is only the initial reward. It doesn't include the later rewards. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and said, "Of course, there was no lack of people who doubted Xiao Chen's words. The reward is very tempting. Don't tell me they want us to become void pirates in disguise?" Some people murmured, "Hee, with such a generous reward. Even if we become pirates, it won't be a loss." Even more people were ready to make a move. "I only need 8 crew members, all of whom are part of the logistics team. As for fighting members, you're still too far away." Zhao Feng said mercilessly. All he needed was a few people to help him control the ship for the long and arduous journey. Zhao Feng had no way of estimating how long this journey would take or how far it would take. But one thing was certain. During the long journey, Zhao Feng spent most of his time on the ship, comprehending and cultivating. Next, Zhao Feng began to strictly select the 8 crew members. The Lulan family head and Lulan Jishui watched with interest. Soon, Zhao Feng's 8 crew members were almost confirmed. The crew members who were chosen were ecstatic. Patriarch. In the distance, a figure in a hurry landed beside the Lulan Patriarch and half knelt on the ground. Ba Huang, Holy City Alliance. The Lulan Patriarch received a special token and received some information. After reading the message, the head of the Lulan clan's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously glanced at Zhao Feng's back. Jishui, the head of the Lulan clan, shot a glance at his daughter, and she hurriedly pulled her to a secluded corner. "Zhao Feng, the target of the 3 supreme sects bounty?" Lulan Jishui's face was filled with shock, and her long eyelashes trembled. There's no mistake. The head of the Lulan clan took a portrait from his subordinate. The blue-haired youth, the skeleton, and the thieving cat in the portrait were extremely clear. How is this possible? How could he be related to the 3 supreme sects? Lulan Jishui couldn't believe it. The blue-haired youth and the skeleton in the portrait were extremely similar to Zhao Feng, who had just arrived at the Lulan clan. The only difference was the youth in front of her had normal hair and eyes. "Jishui, the 3 supreme sects bounty is extremely rare, and the rewards promised are enough to make the Lulan clan rise." The head of the Lulan clan's voice trembled with excitement. In the Tianlu Islands region, the 3 supreme sects were definitely enormous powers that could cover the heavens. Their influence covered dozens of island regions, many smaller regions, and even the vast void sea. As long as they could capture and kill Zhao Feng, it would be enough to change the fate of the Lulan clan. "Jishui, I'll immediately notify the head of the family and old Huang. You need to think of a way to stall that brat," the head of the Lulan clan said solemnly. Before he left, he gave this heavy responsibility to his daughter and took a deep breath. "The rise and fall of the Lulan clan may be in your hands, but Zhao Fan is our savior." Lulan Jishui said helplessly. She didn't have the heart to do this, and a struggle appeared on her face. On one side was the fate of the Lulan clan, and on the other was her savior. Lulan Jishui silently returned to Zhao Feng's side. "Lady Lulan, I've already confirmed the 8 sailors. Find a vice captain and housekeeper. That'll be perfect." Zhao Feng seemed very satisfied. With 8 sailors, it would be enough to control the blue lightning sea sky ship. There was no need for Zhao Feng to worry. As for adding a vice captain to manage the ship, that was what the skeletal division leader suggested. The skeletal division leader needed to refine ghost corpses, and it also needed to cultivate. It didn't want to be a housekeeper and take care of everything for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng obviously agreed to this suggestion. Right now, the skeletal division leader was indeed one of his main forces. At this moment, the sailors entered the blue lightning sea sky ship and successfully controlled it. Lulan Jishui, on the other hand, had a worried look. Lady Lulan, a steady and powerful hand, patted her shoulder. Lulan Jishui's delicate body trembled. She looked at that pair of calm and clear eyes, which didn't have any impurities. It doesn't matter if you're Zhao Fan or Zhao Feng. You're both Jishui's savior. You should leave the 8 desolate mountain as soon as possible. Lulan Jishui gritted her teeth and smiled bitterly. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. There was only one reason why Lulan Jishui could call him by his name. Looks like I've underestimated the 3 sections. Zhao Feng let out a long sigh. He had been sent to the edge of the Tianlu Islands by the Purple Saint Partial Spirit. He thought that as long as he didn't stay too long, no one would recognize him. However, it was obvious that the 3 sects had other methods to send news of Zhao Feng to the 8 desolate mountain. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Lulan Jishui's voice was filled with panic as she pushed Zhao Feng's arm. Okay. Zhao Feng looked at Lulan Jishui and had a good impression of her. Get ready to leave. Zhao Feng immediately ordered the 8 sailors to control the ship. Wang, a layer of grayish-blue wind appeared on the gray metal ship as it rose into the air. However, right at this moment, the sound of flying came from afar. Brat, where do you think you're going? An old voice came from afar, and the heaven-earth Yuan Qi howled as the aura of an origin core realm came from the clouds. Not good. The patriarch is here. Lulan Jishui's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, a familiar aura of an origin core realm came from the Lulan family. Zhao Feng could tell that this aura belonged to the injured sovereign, Old Man Huang. Shua! Lulan Jishui's figure flashed as she landed on the deck of the ship and grabbed Zhao Feng's arm. Lady Lulan, what are you doing? The fragrance of a young girl flashed across his nose. Zhao Feng was dumbfounded. One of his arms was already hugging Lulan Jishui's swan-like neck, and a warm and fragrant jade filled his arms. And all of this, Zhao Feng was in a passive state. Hurry up and use me to escape from the Lulan family. Lulan Jishui said angrily. Zhao Feng finally understood, and his face was filled with shock. He couldn't believe Lulan Jishui's courage and decision. Actually, you don't need it at all. Zhao Feng shook his head, but seeing Lulan Jishui's good intentions, Zhao Feng couldn't reject her. If he could use Lulan Jishui to make the 2 sovereign lords of the Lulan family hesitate, it would be much easier for Zhao Feng to escape. After all, fighting 2 sovereigns wasn't easy. So, at this moment, the Lulan patriarch and the Venerable One arrived at the scene of the incident. Put Jishui down. The sovereign Huang's expression changed as he roared. I'll kill anyone who dares to come near. Zhao Feng grabbed Lulan Jishui's neck. The latter's face was bright red, but no one knew if it was because she couldn't breathe properly or because of her body's instincts. Stop! The patriarch of the Lulan tribe and the others shouted. Zhao Feng laughed as he held the prodigy of the Lulan family hostage and stood on the limitless ocean ship that flew into the sky. However, just as Zhao Feng flew into the sky and hadn't left 8 desolate sacred city, he felt the auras of 2 sovereigns approaching. Patriarch, even if we don't do anything, the other forces in 8 desolate sacred city won't show mercy. The patriarch of the Lulan family had a dark expression. You mean, the eyes of the patriarch of the Lulan family flashed. Rather than letting others take advantage of us, we might as well do it ourselves. It's worth it to sacrifice my daughter for the fate of the entire Lulan family." The patriarch of the Lulan family's face twisted, and his eyes were filled with madness. Thinking of the reward offered by the three supreme sects, the patriarch of the Lulan family's eyes burned with passion. Okay. The patriarch of the Lulan family looked deeply at the patriarch of the Lulan family and suddenly waved his hand. Since the patriarch of the Lulan family was willing to sacrifice his daughter, what else could he say? "Everyone, hear my order. Kill Zhao Feng." The patriarch of the Lulan family and the patriarch of the Lulan family gave the order at the same time and chased after Zhao Feng. So, at this moment, the blue lightning sea-sky ship flew higher and closer to the limitless ocean. "Lady Lulan, your family doesn't seem to care about your life." Zhao Feng was slightly surprised and let go of Lulan Jishui. Since the Lulan family didn't care about Lulan Jishui's life, Zhao Feng decided to let her go. Father, Lulan Jishui's face was pale. She was deeply disappointed and helpless. Standing on the deck of the ship, her body swayed. At this moment, her biological father and the rest of her family members had disregarded her life and death as they chased after her menacingly. "You're still not leaving?" Zhao Feng was slightly surprised and gently pushed Lulan Jishui. "I'm not going back." Lulan Jishui bit her lips, causing a few traces of blood to ooze out. Her face was resolute. "Don't you need a vice captain on your ship? Jishui can try. Even if I'm your servant, I don't need any compensation, as long as you take me away." Chapter 569. "Sure, I'll accept you as the vice captain for now." Zhao Feng agreed. He sympathized with Lulan Jishui. If it wasn't for the fact that she helped Zhao Feng escape the 8 desolate mountain, Lulan Jishui wouldn't be in such a situation. Zhao Feng had a good impression of her and trusted her personality. Zhao Feng didn't need to worry about Lulan Jishui being the vice captain. From then on, 8 sailors, a vice captain, and the crew of the Void Ocean ship were all in place, right at this moment. So, the auras of 2 or 3 origin core realm sovereigns from 8 desolate sacred city charged over from different directions. Not only were there origin core realms, there were also peak true lord ranks and half-step origin core realms from the 8 desolate mountain. Quick, we can't let the other 2 families succeed. The head of the family and the head of the Lulan family leapt toward the pirate ship with worry in their eyes. Facing the auras of several sovereigns approaching, Zhao Feng didn't panic and took out a black flag. "You go in first and control the ship toward the 1,000 flowing islands." Zhao Feng told Lulan Jishui to go inside the ship. Shua! He waved the black flag in his hand, and thick gray smoke condensed into a great ghost corpse cursed formation filled with death energy and resentment. Looking from afar, a huge, thick, gray cloud of smoke engulfed the ship, covering the sky and making it almost impossible to see what was going on inside. Bam! Bam! The power of the attacks from the Lulan family was greatly reduced when they entered the ghost corpse cursed array. Zhao Feng stood in the center of the array unharmed. Even someone as strong as the Lulan Patriarch, who was at the origin core realm, could only affect Zhao Feng and the limitless ocean ship. Zhe. This ghost corpse cursed array now has 60 peak true lord ranks. This array has absorbed the blood essence and souls of countless beasts in the Purple Saint ruins. The power of the curse has exceeded the original ghost corpse cursed array. The skeletal division leader's figure also appeared on the deck. Right now, the might of the ghost corpse cursed formation had already reached a certain scale, surpassing his initial expectations. This was mainly due to 2 points. Firstly, the strength of the cursed ghost corpses had increased. Each of them had the strength of a peak true lord rank. Under the mysterious formation, the Een ghost corpse chi and the power of the curse complemented each other, forming a whole. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Secondly, the tempering in the Purple Saint ruins had absorbed a large amount of beast essence, blood, and souls. His curse power had surpassed that of the 100 Graves Forbidden Grounds. In the past, countless beasts at the true spirit realm had died to the ghost corpse cursed array. What a sinister ghost corpse formation! The Lulan Patriarch, the sovereign cultivator, and the others exclaimed. The Lulan clan had an old clan head at his peak and an injured venerable in flowery robes. Even when the two venerables worked together, they could not break the ghost corpse cursed formation. Swoosh! Zhao Feng waved the ghost corpse cursed formation, summoning a vast amount of ghost corpse resentment energy in the form of a ferocious black flood dragon, wreaking havoc within a radius of 1 to 2 miles. Arg! The nearby True Lord ranks and half-step origin core realms of the Lulan clan were touched by the ghost corpse resentment energy, and their bodies started to rot and turn into a puddle of blood. Blood-curdling screams were incessant. Those below the origin core realm would die for sure. Whoop! After the ghost corpse cursed array killed some experts, the remaining resentment energy was absorbed by the ghost corpse cursed array and strengthened the power of the curse. Humph! Don't blame me for starting a massacre. Zhao Feng snickered coldly as he waved the black flag and controlled the ghost corpse cursed array to attack and defend. Damn it! The injured sovereign in flowery robes was eroded by the ghost corpse resentment energy, and his face went pale white. Now, the power of the curse contained within the ghost corpse cursed array had exceeded the 100 Graves Forbidden Grounds, and would affect even those at the origin core realm, let alone those who were heavily injured. Plop! The sovereign in flowery robes fell from the air with a pale white face. Old Huang, the head of the Lulan clan, used the earth-grade weapon to barely keep his life and caught the sovereign in flowery robes. Oh heavens! He raised his head and couldn't help but feel regret. At this moment in time, only the head of the Lulan clan was left fighting against the ghost corpse cursed array. Everyone else was dead. The expression of the head of the Lulan clan was extremely ugly. Who? The black flood dragon's smoke-like resentment power howled through the air, forcing the old patriarch to retreat. 9 deadly Inbone. Suddenly, a huge dark silver bone spike that was dozens of meters long shot out from the ghost corpse curse formation, dragging layers of death spikes behind it. Fiendish light burned and spread to half of the sky. Who? The power of the 9 deadly bone thorn and the ghost corpse formation overlapped and complemented each other. It was like a bone dragon of death, its power rising to a whole new level. Wah! The head of the Lulan clan was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a small, blood-black hole in his chest. His face was purplish-black, and he couldn't stand steadily. Even without the ghost corpse cursed array, the skeletal division leader's 9 deadly Inbone wasn't something he could block. The 3 families of the 8 Desolate Mountain are only SOO. Zhao Feng faintly laughed. If it weren't for the fact that Lulan Jishui was begging for mercy, he could have taken the lives of the 2 sovereigns. Whoosh! At this moment, the blue lightning sea-sky ship broke through the barrier of the 8 Desolate Mountain and created a splash of sparks. They were about to enter the outside world. The 8 Desolate Mountain became smaller and smaller, and it turned from an endless world into a mountain range that was several thousand miles wide. The instant the blue lightning sea-sky ship entered the limitless ocean, its speed increased by more than 10 times. The air resistance was extremely weak in the limitless ocean, and matter was like a feather. Brat, don't even think about running. Within the 8 Desolate Mountain, another 3 sovereigns appeared. They were from other families and forces. These 3 sovereigns were at the early stage, middle stage, and late stage small origin core realms. The strongest late stage small origin core realm was at least on the same level as the blue lightning pirate. Faster! Zhao Feng wasn't afraid of fighting, but his goal was to escape. Within the blue lightning sea sky ship, Lulan Jishui and company were trying their best to control the ship and increase its speed to the maximum. The Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship's speed was the fastest, and it could be raised to the level of a normal sovereign. However, it expended a lot of primal crystal stones. Whoosh! Whoosh! The three sovereigns chased after the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship and unleashed wave after wave of attacks. Master, aren't we going to finish off these three flies first? The skeletal division leader was slightly impatient. We shouldn't fight them. Let's get away first. Zhao Feng's expression was calm. The 8 Desolate Mountain wasn't small, and they had only disturbed the experts of the 8 Desolate Sacred City. If they fought too long near the 8 Desolate Mountain, they would attract even more enemies. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader could deal with 2 or 3 small origin core realms, but it would be troublesome if there were more. Furthermore, the origin core realm was split into the small origin core realm and the great origin core realm. If a great origin core realm came, they would be in danger. According to what Zhao Feng knew, the battle power of a great origin core realm was several times stronger than a small origin core realm. The difference between the two was like the difference between a true lord rank and a sovereign. Whoosh! The Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship flew faster and faster. In less than an hour, the ship had traveled several dozen thousand miles. Where do you think you're going? The 3 venerable ones suddenly joined forces, and a golden chain tore through the sky like a golden chain dragon as it coiled around the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship. This golden chain was a pseudo-Earth-grade weapon, and it was extremely tough. The 3 sovereigns teamed up and used this pseudo-Earth-grade weapon to tie down the ship and the Ghost Corp's cursed array. Looking over, in the sea of fog, there was a big ball of gray smoke entangled by a golden chain. Not good. The sailors of the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship started to panic. Even if they tried to fly, they would drag down the 3 sovereigns. Attack! Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader didn't hesitate at all and attacked. Whoop! A surge of Ghost Corp's resentment appeared from the Ghost Corp's cursed array and turned into a black serpent that leapt toward the 3 sovereigns. 9 deadly Bone. A gigantic, dark silver bone spike that was dozens of feet long dragged layers of deathly shadows behind it, its fiendish light burning as it spread across half the sky. The skeletal division leader's Earth-grade weapon attacked at almost the same time. The 2 attacks stacked on top of each other and were unleashed at the same time. Boom! The 3 sovereigns were caught off guard. They had just teamed up to stall the limitless ocean ship, and they didn't even have time to celebrate. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to react so quickly. Instantly, the 3 sovereigns at the origin core realm were surrounded by the power of the ghost corpses, and the 9-kill Bone spear clashed with them head-on. Wah! The early-stage, small origin core realm sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood as the ghost corp's resentment seeped into his body. Part of his flesh was already rotting, and his essence was being eroded. Before the 3 sovereigns could counterattack, another change occurred. Earth-grade weapon, Ice Imperial Spear. In the center of Zhao Feng's palm, the figure of the spear quickly turned into a crystal-clear, dark blue Emperor spear. Whoosh! The Ice Imperial Spear tore through the air for the first time, unleashing a blue crystalline ice lotus spear projection that froze everything in its path. See, the bodies of the 3 sovereigns froze as a layer of frost appeared on them. Whoosh! The Ice Imperial Spear radiated an ancient coldness as it pierced through the injured, early-stage, small origin core realm sovereign. Woo! The small origin core realm sovereign's body froze before shattering with a crack. He was the first to be pierced through by the Ice Imperial Spear. How could he not die? The expressions of the other 2 sovereigns changed dramatically. In just the blink of an eye, 2 waves of attacks had taken the life of a sovereign. On top of that, the other 2 sovereigns were still affected by the Ghost Corp's resentment. Void Sky in Demonic Stab. The second Earth-grade weapon appeared almost at the same time as the Ice Imperial Spear, pierced through the sovereign. At this moment, the frost on the other two sovereigns hadn't melted yet. Pung, borrowing the power of the ghost corpse cursed array, the 9 evil Ean-bone thorn pierced through the air and pierced through another primal core realm sovereign, as if it had broken through space. Arg! The middle stage small origin core realm sovereign died, and his body rotted and turned into a puddle of blood. The second sovereign had fallen. Go! Zhao Feng waved the black flag and used the power of the ghost corpse cursed array to devour the essence of the two sovereigns and strengthen the power of the ghost corpse cursed array. Chapter 570. After devouring the essence, chi, and soul fragments of the two sovereigns, the many cursed ghost corpses in the ghost corpse cursed formation were nourished in some way, and the curse power of the formation rose to another level. Not good. The only remaining sovereign was a golden-armored middle-aged man who had shock written all over his face. Of the 3 sovereigns, this golden-armored middle-aged man had the highest cultivation at the late-stage small origin core realm. He was on par with the blue lightning pirate and the skeletal division leader. However, at this point in time, he was being eroded by the power of the ghost corpse cursed array and was being attacked by 2 earth-grade weapons. Even though it wasn't a head-on collision, he was still slightly injured. Go! Zhao Feng waved the black flag, and a surge of ghost corpses turned into a black serpent that charged toward the golden-armored, middle-aged man. 9 deadly Ean-bone spike. The skeletal division leader pushed out with one hand, and layers of deathly Ean spikes formed a dark silver spike dozens of yards long that complemented the ghost corpse cursed array. The ghost corpse cursed array had devoured the essence left behind by the 2 sovereigns, and their combined power was even stronger than before. Golden hell, locking dragon. The golden-armored, middle-aged man's expression was solemn as he released all the true yuan in his body. The glittering golden chains gave off layers of golden light, forming a huge golden prison space that devoured the ghost corpse cursed array and the ship in front of him. In a short instant, the area where Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader were located was sealed by the golden hell locking dragon. Crack! In the next instant, the 2's attacks broke through the surrounding golden light with an overwhelming advantage. Bam! The golden-armored, middle-aged man retreated as blood leaked from his mouth, and he used this chance to retreat several miles away. Golden prison locking dragon. What a brilliant secret skill. Zhao Feng's expression changed. The golden-armored, middle-aged man's cultivation had reached the late-stage small origin core realm, and his secret technique was extremely powerful. Run! The golden-armored, middle-aged man didn't have any intent to fight as he ran toward the 8 desolate mountain. Zhao Feng! Every time you kill a martial highness, the ghost corpse's formation will improve significantly. If this ghost corpse cursed formation can devour 100 venerables, it might bring about a revolutionary change. The skeletal division leader had an expectant expression. He wasn't willing to let the golden-armored, middle-aged man escape. The most important thing right now is to leave the Tianlu archipelago. Zhao Feng's expression was calm and unwavering. Although the skeletal division leader's suggestion was extremely tempting, Zhao Feng's identity had already been exposed. The longer they waited, the more dangerous it would be. Even if the 2 of them were to increase their strength by several times, they would still appear insignificant in front of the 3 great 2-star sections. Killing a late-stage small origin core realm would take a lot of effort, even if the 2 of them teamed up. Whoosh! The golden-armored middle-aged man tore through the air, his face filled with fear. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he might have ended up like the other 2 martial highnesses. Both of them have Earth-grade divine weapons, and they're extraordinary. As for the great ghost corpse formation, it's so terrifying that even supremacies can't escape from it. The golden-armored, middle-aged man analyzed and found that his loss wasn't unjust. Earth-grade weapons were extremely rare, and only a small portion of sovereigns had complete Earth-grade weapons. Furthermore, The Earth-grade weapons of Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader weren't normal. Right at this moment, an indescribable aura appeared in the limitless ocean, and all the Yuan Qi within 1,000 miles started to gather. This aura seemed to come from the universe, and it looked down on the world. Crack! Under the pressure of this aura, the limitless ocean was unable to withstand the pressure and started to shatter. Shwa! The hazy void mist sea suddenly became bright and clear. Everything within a radius of 1 to 200 li became as bright as day in the land. Visibility became even further. This power! The golden-armored, middle-aged man's body shook. In the next instant, the momentum of the world, along with the vast power of the essence Qi tide, surged over in an overwhelming manner. Patriarch Jin! High up in the sky, a black-headed old man with a face full of vicissitude spoke. His voice seemed to come from a distant abyss. 8 desolate, sovereign lord. The golden-armored, middle-aged man's breathing stopped as he bowed, respectfully. The 8 desolate sovereign lord was one of the strongest experts in the 8 desolate mountain zone, and his cultivation had reached the great origin core realm. In the area around the Ba Huang mountain, only the leaders of the top 10 pirate alliances could compete with him. At this moment, seeing the 8 desolate sovereign lord, the golden-armored middle-aged man revealed an overjoyed expression and immediately pointed in the direction. I'll capture that brat immediately. The black-hatted old man, the Octoterra Venerable, smiled faintly and disappeared in a flash. Shwa! A black figure pierced through the limitless ocean and charged into the clouds. Its speed was more than twice as fast as the blue lightning sea sky ship. With the 8 desolate sovereign lord taking action, those 2 won't be able to escape. The golden-armored, middle-aged man murmured confidently. At the same time, the blue lightning sea sky ship flew 1,000 miles. The skeletal division leader's sharp mental energy senses sensed something. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi was giving off an unusual disturbance, especially the faint aura of heaven and earth. What's going on? Zhao Feng looked behind him. The skeletal division leader specialized in mental energy and ghosts, so its senses surpassed normal sovereigns. Meow meow. At this moment, the little thieving cat jumped onto Zhao Feng's shoulder and threw out 2 bronze coins. A bad omen? According to the little thieving cat's divination, something unfavorable was approaching Zhao Feng. Seeing this, Zhao Feng retracted part of his bloodline power. The god's spiritual left eye glowed blue as it looked behind. Just using the god's spiritual eye didn't take much effort. In just an instant, Zhao Feng blocked his left eye. Who is this person? Zhao Feng's voice sounded in Lulan Jishui's mind. Shwa! The image of an old grass-headed elder appeared in Lulan Jishui's mind. Now, with Zhao Feng's understanding of mental energy, he could easily copy the scene of an area and make it appear as an illusion. 8 desolate, sovereign lord, Lulan Jishui exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. That's the strongest expert in the 8 desolate mountain zone. His cultivation has reached the great origin core realm. Lulan Jishui panicked and explained. Great origin core realm. The expressions of Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader changed dramatically. Dive! Zhao Feng's expression went cold as he gave the order. So, the gray metal ship quickly dived into the void ocean below. Goo! After a few bubbles, the gray ship dived into the ocean. Apart from speed and defense, the blue lightning sea sky ship's strongest point was its concealment ability. Let's continue. Zhao Feng's eyes were sharp. He first put the skeletal division leader into the 10,000 ghost pearl before entering the ship himself. Soon, the blue lightning sea sky ship dove into the depths of the ocean and concealed its aura to the extreme, becoming one with its surroundings. In the ocean, the gray ship slowed down and continued forward. A while later, whoosh, a roar sounded from the limitless ocean, and the nearby limitless ocean seemed to shatter. Everything became clear. Immediately after, an earth-shattering aura descended from the sky, originating from this part of the universe. Within a radius of 200 miles, many sea creatures trembled in fear. It's indeed a great origin core realm. In the depths of the limitless ocean, Zhao Feng and company all felt a surge of power that surpassed the small origin core realm. Shua, an ancient and indifferent old man wearing a black hat, appeared in the mist sea region like a paragon. He paused for a moment, and then his powerful spiritual sense swept out for hundreds of kilometers. At this moment in time, the gray metal ship in the depths of the void ocean was completely still, not daring to move at all. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. At a certain moment in time, Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye felt a faint mental energy that was almost extinguished sweep across the area. Luckily, the void ocean was a special existence. It had a strong resistance and weakening effect on things like mind power and spiritual consciousness. The Octaterra High Lord's spiritual sense covered a large area. When it reached the depths of the void ocean, it was weakened to the limit and was on the verge of destruction. Furthermore, the blue lightning sea sky ship blocked off spiritual sense and had a strong disguising ability. It could merge with the surrounding aura. 3 breaths later, the powerful aura of a great origin core realm started to fade away. Everyone within the ship let out a long breath. Beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Feng's forehead. The pressure from the 8 desolate sovereign lord was stronger than any sovereign he had ever seen. He had only seen 3 types of sovereigns before. The first was Patriarch Hong, the mystic ice queen and company, who were normal sovereigns. The second was Elder Shui Yin, the blue lightning pirate and sovereign Yu Xingqian. The second was sovereigns at the origin core realm, whose strength surpassed normal sovereigns. The third was sovereigns at the great origin core realm. Their strength surpassed the first 2 by an entire level, and their aura seemed to be one with the universe. Those that are called sovereign lords are usually at the great origin core realm. Zhao Feng carefully released a small portion of his bloodline power and used his God's spiritual eye to scan the outside world. At least for now, Zhao Feng didn't dare to fully use his God's spiritual eye. At most, he would release the sealed bloodline power and use it for a short while. Let's go. After a short while, Zhao Feng confirmed that the 8 desolate sovereign lord had already left this area. Let's go. Zhao Feng slightly changed the direction and told Lulanji Shui and company to control the blue lightning sea sky ship. At the start, the speed of the ship was controlled to be low. For hours later, nothing out of the ordinary appeared, so Zhao Feng ordered them to speed up. Half a day later, the blue lightning sea sky ship traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, Zhao Feng ordered the blue lightning sea sky ship to move at full speed. The materials used to create the blue lightning sea sky ship were suitable for the limitless ocean. Even in the ocean, its speed surpassed a half-step origin core realm. 3 days later, the blue lightning sea sky ship had reached the edge of the limitless ocean near the 8 desolate mountain. If he continued forward, he would be close to the territory of another nearby island region, the 1,000 flowing islands. The 8 desolate sovereign lord won't be able to catch up. Everyone on the ship calmed down. The difference of a millimeter was 1,000 miles. The limitless ocean was just too big, and as time passed, the difference would grow. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, a great origin core realm aura suddenly appeared behind them and headed toward the limitless ocean ship. Chapter 571. Another powerful force came from the void ocean. The world's origin energy roared like a tide, and the murderous aura covered the sky and earth, causing many living beings within a few thousand miles to tremble. This aura seemed to merge with the universe itself, and it wasn't something that humans could resist. How did it catch up again? The sailors within the blue lightning sea sky ship could clearly feel the aura of a great origin core realm. This time, the aura of a great origin core realm charged toward its target without any hesitation, and it was several times stronger than before. Woo! The limitless ocean nearby started to shatter and become dyed in an azure and blood-colored light. Everything within a dozen miles was filled with a dominating azure and blood-colored light. It was as if they had entered another world in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the limitless ocean, the blue lightning sea sky ship became silent once more, and it concealed its aura and merged with its surroundings. Pum! 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 The sailors, Lulan Jishue, and company all held their breaths as their hearts sped up. Within the captain's room, "We've been targeted." Zhao Feng sat down and sighed bitterly as he slowly stood up. Hearing that, the hearts of everyone shook. "Zhao Feng, I know you're down there. I know you're down there. Why don't you come out and surrender?" A cold and hateful male voice sounded from above the limitless ocean. Both Zhao Feng and Lulan Jishue felt that this voice was familiar. Shua. So, 3 auras of the Origin Core realm landed in the limitless ocean above the blue lightning sea sky ship. The one speaking was a scholar in blue, the blue lightning pirate. Of the 3, the blue lightning pirate stood on the left. On the right was a large man with a black face and black armor. His aura had reached the late-stage small Origin Core realm, and he was even close to the peak stage. The one in the middle, an indifferent and taciturn, one-armed baldy, had chilling green stripes all over his body. The bloody green light that filled the surrounding dozens of miles came from his body. He was the great Origin Core realm sovereign lord. Using his own power to change the environment, this is the great Origin Core realm. At this point in time, Zhao Feng released part of the bloodline power that blocked off his left eye, and through the god's spiritual eye, the scene above the limitless ocean appeared in his vision. Furthermore, the image of the bald man with the severed arm appeared in the minds of Lulan Jishue and the others. It's him. He's the leader of the top 10 pirate crews around 8 Desolate Mountain, the publicly acknowledged pirate king of the nearby Void Sea, Lord Husua. Lulan Jishue cried out. Lord Husua, the leader of the 8 Desolate Mountain Pirate Alliance. The crew members of the ship trembled. It was as if they had one foot on the edge of a cliff. All of them were at a loss. Thump! 1 or 2 of the crew members even fell to the ground. Zhao Feng furrowed his brows. The crew members he had chosen were all extraordinary in terms of temperament. Just what kind of reputation did this Lord Husua have? He was able to make everyone on the ship lose their will to fight and hope. The limitless ocean nearby can be said to be Lord Husua's territory. He's the leader of the Pirate Alliance and has been unrivaled for several hundred years. Apart from the 3 sects and other forces, there's no merchant group that he doesn't dare to touch. Lulan Jishue's voice trembled as she spoke. At this moment in time, the pressure from the great Origin Core realm above the ocean became stronger and stronger. Prepare to fight. Zhao Feng leaped onto the observation deck, a black flag appearing in his hand. A great Origin Core realm expert. Even the Scarlet Moon Patriarch wasn't able to completely surpass the great Origin Core realm. The Skeletal Division leader said bitterly, it had personally witnessed the strength of the Scarlet Moon Patriarch. The pressure this Lord Husua gave it was only second to the Scarlet Moon Patriarch. Above the limitless ocean, Alliance leader, Ahu, let me go down and finish off those people. The black-faced, black-armored giant held a black iron axe in his hand and revealed a cruel expression. In terms of battle power, this black-armored giant was even stronger than the blue lightning pirate. No, Lord Husua said emotionlessly, we can kill everyone else, but this Zhao Feng has to be captured alive. At the thought of the huge reward offered by the 3 supreme sects, the cold and taciturn king, Husua had a hint of irrepressible excitement in his eyes. Bam! Bam! Right at this moment, two figures broke through the water and arrived above the limitless ocean. Zhao Feng, you're very courageous to come out and fight. Lord Husuo was slightly surprised. They all thought that Zhao Feng would hide in the ocean and not fight head-on. He's indeed worthy of being the leader of the 10 great pirate alliances. We ran so far away, but he still caught up. Zhao Feng held the black flag and pretended to be impressed. In the truth, Zhao Feng didn't know how Lord Husuo and company caught up to the limitless ocean ship. However, one thing was certain. Once a great origin core realm caught up, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to escape. Ha ha ha, Junior. As the captain of the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, I've been with it for more than 200 years. I've personally refined it countless times, so there's a faint connection between us. The Blue Lightning pirate started to laugh smugly. Lord Husuan nodded in approval. When a void ship reaches a certain level, it will nurture a weak, embryonic intelligence. Captains who have been with it for a long time will have a mysterious connection with each other as long as they are not too far apart. So that's how it is. Zhao Feng finally understood the true reason. This isn't a secret to the captains. It's common knowledge. The black-armored giant said in disdain. Common knowledge? Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader looked at each other with ugly expressions. They didn't have much experience in the limitless ocean. This was especially true for Zhao Feng. This was his first time entering the outside world. It seemed like their loss was due to their lack of common knowledge. I must kill this blue thunder bandit. Zhao Feng's killing intent rose. Since the reason was clear, Zhao Feng didn't hold back and waved the black flag in his hand. Shua! Immediately, the 60 cursed ghost corpses formed a huge, thick, gray cloud of smoke around them. Who? Zhao Feng waved the black flag, and surges of ghost corpses and hatred surged toward the 3 Origin Core realm pirate leaders, like a dark river. In an instant, everything within several miles was engulfed by the power of the ghost corpse cursed array. 9 deadly Inbone. The skeletal division leader gritted its teeth and circulated its earth-grade weapon with all its might. A giant dark silver bone shot toward the 3 Origin Core realms, along with Zhao Feng's ghost corpse cursed array. Lord Husuo revealed a surprised expression. Bam! The blue lightning bandit and the black-armored giant beside him were almost thrown into disarray, and they were exhausted from dealing with the attacks. The might of the ghost corpse cursed formation far exceeded his expectations. The ghost corpse vengeance it produced was all-pervasive, and it could even threaten ordinary venerables. It would be extremely troublesome if one was entangled by it. The skeletal division leader's 9 deadly Inbone was pushed to the limit, and its damage was even greater than the ghost corpse cursed arrays. That brat had such a skill. The blue lightning pirate was heavily injured and was being eroded by the power of the ghost corpse cursed array. His soul was slowly being eroded. In just 1 or 2 exchanges, the blue lightning pirate and the black-armored giant were forced into a passive state. Only Lord Husuo, who was at the great Origin Core realm, stood still. He radiated an unparalleled aura of heaven and earth, and there was a blood-green light around him that shattered the power of the curse before it even got close. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leaders' hearts became solemn when they saw this. Even before Lord Husuo had attacked, he gave them an indescribable pressure. Let me. Lord Husuo's slightly raspy voice sounded from the limitless ocean. Shua. Joy appeared on the faces of the blue lightning pirate and the black-armored giant as they fought, and they made space for each other. Break. Lord Husuo stepped forward and slashed out with his palm. Woo! The air within dozens of miles was dyed in a blood-colored light, and the heaven-earth yuan qi started to change. On the other hand, Lord Husuo seemed to be the ruler of heaven and earth. When he attacked, it was as if he could reverse the sun and moon. Boom! The sea of mist in this area seemed to tremble and rumble as if it was being shaken by a savage giant. In that instant, within the ghost corpse cursed array, Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader felt like they were ants fighting against the universe. Crack! The immense resentment power of the ghost corpse's formation peeled off layer by layer, and the gray smoke cloud formed by the ghost corpse's formation shattered into pieces, as if it was on the verge of collapsing. What a terrifying attack! Zhao Feng felt his blood churn as he took a few hits. You guys stall that brat. I'll kill the skeleton first. Lord Husua was still cautious, mainly because he was afraid of accidentally injuring Zhao Feng. The bounty placed on Zhao Feng's head by the three supreme sects was so great that even the leader of the Pirate Alliance couldn't resist it. Brat, you probably don't know what kind of enemy you're facing. The Blue Lightning Pirate said mockingly. Hee, a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. This brat dares to fight a great origin core realm. The black-armored giant's smile was full of mockery. At this moment, the ghost corpse cursed array was almost destroyed by Lord Husua, and Zhao Feng lost most of his cover, facing two late-stage small origin core realms. Zhao Feng's late-stage true Lord rank cultivation was useless even with his Earth-grade weapon. Luckily, the three origin core realms were afraid of accidentally killing Zhao Feng, so they held back. Boom! A loud explosion sounded from the other side. Zhao Feng, save me! The skeletal division leader screamed as it was sealed in the air by two blood-colored dragons. Creak! Cracks started to appear on the skeletal division leader's gold and silver bones. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. He didn't think that the skeletal division leader would lose so quickly. It was in desperate straits in just 1 or 2 moves. One had to know. After merging the 9 deadly Een bone into the skeletal division leader's body, the toughness and defense of its bones had increased dramatically. It could now take the attacks of normal sovereigns head-on. This was only because the skeletal division leader had refined its bones. If it was a normal sovereign, their body would have exploded already. Crack! The skeletal division leader's bones were about to shatter. I can't hold back anymore. Zhao Feng took in a deep breath in shock. However, the attacks of the other 2 sovereigns made it hard for him to protect himself. Open! Zhao Feng's face was somewhat gloomy, his left eye and hair rapidly turning deep blue. Chapter 572. Over the Limitless Ocean. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader were both in a life-and-death situation. When Lord Husua, a great origin core realm, took action, it was as if heaven and earth had been flipped upside down. Save me! The skeletal division leader was on the verge of collapsing as it faced Lord Husua's attack head-on. At this moment of life and death, he held in grief as he glanced at Zhao Feng. Its last bit of hope was on its master. Who can save you? That brat can't even protect himself. Lord Husua mocked as he trapped the skeletal division leader in the air. The latter couldn't move at all. Indeed, Zhao Feng's situation wasn't much better. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to capture Zhao Feng alive, the other 2 origin core realms wouldn't have been so careful. This brat's eyes and hair. The black-armored giant revealed a weird expression. The youth in despair had a layer of blue on his hair, and his left eye became as deep as the ocean. Hee, an eye bloodline. The Blue Lightning Pirate laughed playfully, but he didn't put it to heart. At this moment, Zhao Feng had lost the protection of the ghost corpse cursed array and was no threat to the 2 late-stage, small origin core realms. I'll kill you first. A powerful surge of eye bloodline power appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye, and a purple and azure aura flashed through it. His left eye locked onto the Blue Lightning Pirate. Void Space Eye Slash! A faint ripple of eye bloodline power extended from where the Blue Lightning Pirate was standing, and the outline of a whirlpool appeared the center of the ripple. Shwa! A meter-long blade suddenly pierced through the blue lightning pirate's heart. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the purple destruction aura. The meter-long blade destroyed the blue lightning pirate's vitality. Woo! The blue lightning pirate's body froze as shock and fear appeared in his eyes. Plop! The blue lightning pirate's blood-stained body fell into the sea of void. At the moment of his death, the blue thunder bandit still had a stiff smile on his face, as well as a deep sense of loss. Old Seventh! The black-faced, black-armored giant roared in extreme shock. But at the same time, his gaze towards Zhao Feng was filled with anger and fear, as well as a trace of fear and unease towards the unknown. How did the blue thunder bandit die? He hadn't seen it clearly at all. The black-armored giant only saw Zhao Feng stare with his left eye, and the late-stage, small origin core realm blue lightning bandit was killed by a blade that appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? On the other side, Lord Husuo, who had forced the skeletal division leader to the brink of death, paused. Seeing the blue thunder bandit suddenly die, his heart skipped a beat. Junior, what Yao art did you use to kill number 7? The fear in the black-armored giant's heart was replaced by hysterical hatred. He swung his black battle axe at Zhao Feng. Void space I slash. Zhao Feng's expression was cold. Shua! A 1-meter-long blade pierced through the black-armored giant's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. You! The black-armored giant's body trembled as he struggled. Apart from fear, there was also confusion and doubt in his eyes. I already protected myself. My armor is made from a fragment of an Earth-grade weapon and can block the attacks of normal sovereigns. The black-armored giant's mind was in chaos before he died. However, he didn't know. Zhao Feng's strongest attack, the Void Space Eye Slash, used the power of spatial movement. The attack appeared directly within the body and dealt damage. In other words, even if one's defense was 10 or 100 times stronger, it would be useless. The body of any living being was weak, especially the heart. It couldn't block the aura of destruction. Plop! The black-armored giant's life force disappeared, and his body fell to the ground, following in the footsteps of the blue lightning bandit. In the blink of an eye, 2 sovereigns were instantly killed by Zhao Feng. See, Lord Husuo's expression changed as he took in a cold breath. Even he, who was at the Great Origin Core realm, didn't have the ability to instantly kill 2 late-stage small Origin Core realm sovereigns. At this moment, Lord Husuo's face was filled with wariness and wariness. He had relaxed his control over the skeletal division leader. Within the limitless ocean, Lulan Jishui and the other sailors had gaping mouths. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. In just the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng had killed 2 sovereigns in a row. What kind of eye bloodline is this? Lulan Jishui couldn't describe the shock in her heart, and joy appeared on her face. She finally understood why such a powerful sovereign like the skeletal division leader would be willing to become this youth servant. How could someone who's wanted by the 3 sects be a normal youth? Lord Husuo's expression was solemn as a thought flashed through his mind. At the same time, he felt a sense of danger. Void Space Eye Slash. Zhao Feng used his strongest eye bloodline technique for the 3rd time in a row. Not good. Lord Husuo's senses caught a faint disturbance in space. Zhao Feng's spatial movement wasn't the use of his space eye bloodline power. It was a type of movement ability that came with the god's spiritual eye. Thus, this kind of spatial fluctuation was even more obscure, surpassing common sense. Dodge. After all, Lord Husuo was a great Origin Core realm expert. With a schwa, all that was left was an afterimage. Whoosh! Blood splattered as the afterimage was destroyed. Lord Husuo wasn't able to completely dodge the void space eye slash. He wasn't like Grandmaster In Kong, who had spatial techniques. Arg! Lord Husuo screamed as he reappeared dozens of yards away with a small hole in his chest. Brat you. Lord Husua's face went pale white as the void space I brushed past his heart, causing the aura of destruction to explode. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used a portion of his quintessence to protect his heart. However, the void space I was a spatial attack, and it pierced through his heart. Therefore, Lord Husua's defense only reduced the damage, but it didn't completely dissolve the attack. There's only one more attack left. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth as he circulated the last bit of his eye bloodline, and a crazed expression appeared on his face. Brat, stop! Lord Husua jumped up in fright as he suppressed the fatal injury and circulated his origin energy to pierce through the limitless ocean. Whoosh! A streak of green and blood-colored light flashed in the air. The resistance of gravity in the limitless ocean was extremely low, and one's speed could reach a terrifying level. He ran away. Ha ha ha. The great Lord Husua actually ran away one day. Everyone within the limitless ocean ship broke out into discussion. Tears of joy flashed in Lulan Jishue's eyes. She couldn't describe the joy she felt at this moment. Captain, if you attack again, you'll be able to kill Lord Husua and become famous across the limitless ocean. Bah! Captain, severely injuring Lord Husua will be enough to become famous in the 8 desolate mountain. Everyone had lingering fear in their hearts as they discussed in amazement. Above the ocean, who? Zhao Feng let out a long breath as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. In reality, it would be extremely difficult for him to use the void space a 4th time, and even if he succeeded, he would be in danger. Therefore, Zhao Feng's final act of self-destructing was just a bluff. He knew that Lord Husua would die if he didn't heal himself in time, and that Lord Husua wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. Zhao Feng's guess was correct. Lord Husua didn't dare to play around with his life. He needed to heal as soon as possible. Skeletal Division Leader. Zhao Feng exclaimed as he waved the black flag, putting away the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array and the Skeletal Division Leader into the 10,000 Ghost Pearl. Within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl, the Skeletal Division Leader's bones were covered in cracks, and there were even some places that were broken. Fortunately, he cultivated the Tao of ghostly corpse refinement, so his cultivation and recovery speed in the myriad Ghost Pearl far surpassed that of the outside world. Let's go. Zhao Feng entered the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship. Gu, the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, once again entered the depths of the ocean and sped toward the 1,000 flowing islands. Within the captain's room, Zhao Feng sat down cross-legged and used the time to recover. At the same time, he inspected the 60 cursed ghost corpses. These cursed ghost corpses were all injured to a certain extent and needed time to recover. Fortunately, the special properties of the myriad Ghost Pearl greatly increased the healing ability of these cursed ghost corpses. Even if they didn't purposely refine themselves, the 10,000 Ghost Pearl would still be able to grow. The 10,000 Ghost Cursed Array connects the cursed ghost corpses to one another, and they'll be able to resist attacks from the outside world. Zhao Feng inspected and found that the cursed ghost corpses weren't injured at all. The ones that were injured the most were missing arms and legs, but with enough resources and the 10,000 Ghost Pearl, it wasn't hard to repair them. Within the limitless ocean, the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship's speed had reached its limit, and it kept increasing the distance between it and the 8 desolate mountain. Zhao Feng's left eye returned to its normal black color. We're finally out of danger, but Zhao Feng knew that the threat from the 3 sects was becoming smaller and smaller. However, at the same time, a strong sense of uneasiness came from the depths of his soul. The aura of death gave him a sense of danger. When he used the void space I earlier, he could sense the aura of death several times more clearly. Zhao Feng, it's best if you don't use your eye bloodline. Every time you use your eye bloodline power, the connection between you and the Emperor of Death will increase. The purple saint partial spirits, warning, sounded out in his mind. Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. He wouldn't use the god's spiritual eye unless he had no other choice. On the other side of the limitless ocean, the ninth god's eye finally appeared? In the endless dark abyss, a mysterious voice that represented the will of death resounded in the soul dimension. Immediately following that, death, bridge of heaven. A will of death that reached the heavens and the earth exploded like a dark sun. The will of death was so strong that it permeated through time and space, spreading endlessly across the endless sea of void. In that instant, everything within several dozen thousand miles became silent, and the day seemed to fall into darkness. At the same time, in the endless ash sea, a few great existences vaguely caught a trace of something in the void. Within the dark abyss, a black shadow bird floated in front of an ancient palace, radiating the aura of death, and gave off a sharp voice. The Emperor of Death has summoned the 4 Death Spirit Lords and the 36 Death Guards. Chapter 573. The Emperor of Death has summoned the 4 Death Spirit Lords and the 36 Death Guards. In front of the deathly silent ancient palace, the dark shadow bird's sharp voice pierced through the abyss of death. At the same time, in the depths of the ancient palace, the aura of the mighty will of death suddenly dimmed and fell to the bottom. Bridge of death? Masters using such a technique in such a large area to increase the power of his death intent by countless times and capture the boundless song ocean. The gentle voice of a man could be heard. A tall male and a short female had appeared in front of the ancient palace. The man was a gentle, sunny young man. In the great hall that was filled with energy of death, he seemed so out of place. The other short figure was a little girl around 8 or 9 years old. The little girl's face was as white as a piece of paper. What was even more incredible was that she had almost no cultivation at all. It could be said that she didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Her eyes were also a deep and dark blankness. In front of the ancient palace, the sunny young man and the white-eyed girl, one tall and one short, stood side by side, looking even more eerie. "Master, he's very tired." The white-eyed girl looked toward the depths of the ancient palace. The ancient palace had a powerful aura of death that blocked off all mental energy senses. Tired? Of course. The warm youth smiled without any impatience. You haven't left the outside world for long, so you don't know how big that Song Ocean is. Just the 3 spirit realms' sacred lands alone had jurisdiction over hundreds of island zones, with each sacred land as the center. In each island zone, there are dozens of your so-called 9 fate continents. The white-eyed little girl stared at the warm youth in a daze, as if she didn't fully understand. I forgot that you don't even know the consolidated realm, ascended realm, or true spirit realm." The warm youth was slightly awkward. The white-eyed girl in front of him was like a blank piece of paper that knew nothing about this world. A while later, surges of powerful auras, mostly of the negative and dark type, approached the ancient palace. So. The auras of these figures were more than twice as strong as Lord Husu'a and the 8 desolate sovereign lord. A small number of them had auras that were even stronger than the 3 void god realm kings that had entered the Purple Saint ruins. How strange. What happened that made Master summon the 4 death spirit kings and the 36 death guards at the same time? The sunny youth could not help but mutter. More and more people gathered in front of the ancient palace. In less than an hour, the 4 death spirit lords and the 36 death guards had all arrived. The 4 death spirit lords stood at the very front. They were like 4 balls of light that were too dazzling to be looked at directly. It was impossible to see them clearly with the naked eye. He could only vaguely determine that these 4 people were made up of 3 men and 1 woman. Behind the 4 death spirit lords were the 36 death guards. They were all wearing black capes, and their expressions were emotionless. Giggle! The white-eyed little girl was not afraid when she saw these powerful existences. Instead, she let out a silly laugh. Sure. The sunny youth quickly grabbed the white-eyed little girl and said in a low tone, Junior Marshal Sister, these 4 Death Spirit Lords are all Void God Realm Kings. The 36 Death Guards are all elites at the Great Origin Core Realm, and other Great Origin Core Realms are as weak as babies in front of them. When mentioning the Emperor of Death's 4 Death Spirit Lords and 36 Death Guards, the expressions of countless forces in the ash-gray sea would change. In the past, the army of death, led by the 4 Death Spirit Lords and the 36 Death Guards, crushed several 2-star sections. That's a huge 2-star sect. Junior Marshal Sister, aren't you scared at all? The sunny youth murmured. Giggle. In the end, the little girl was still giggling like an idiot. Maybe in her eyes, there was no such thing as a star rank. Aye, the sunny youth sighed. He had been talking for so long, but it was like playing the lute to a cow. The white-eyed little girl hummed a song and even jumped in front of the 4 Death Spirit Lords. Hey, stop! The sunny youth jumped up in fright. Those were 4 Void God Realm Kings. How could they be so rude? This little girl should be a disciple that the Emperor took in recently, right? Among the 4 Death Spirit Lords, a blurry voice sounded. Very weird. The Emperor didn't teach her anything after taking her as a disciple. Her physical body is only at the Ascended Realm, and that's because she ate a sacred pill of rebirth and bone. The 4 Death Spirit Lords looked at the white-eyed little girl and discussed in their hearts. If it was a normal girl who dared to cause trouble in front of a Void God Realm King, she would be courting death. However, this white-eyed little girl was obviously not normal. She was the Emperor's disciple. Come in. A weak and exhausted voice sounded from the palace. Although it was extremely weak, the voice still contained a soul-piercing intent. The hearts of the 4 Death Spirit Lords shook as they all nodded. A while later, greetings, Master. Greetings, Emperor of Death. Everyone was present in the dark palace, including the sunny youth and the white-eyed little girl. A platform surrounded by black lightning floated above the depths of the palace, and it was dozens of yards wide. A tall and imposing figure sat cross-legged on the pedestal. One could only vaguely make out a dark golden crown on his head. Everyone present, including the 4 Death Spirit Lords, couldn't see the Emperor of Death's expression with their naked eyes. Master, can Senior Marshal Brother and I go out to play? The voice came from the white-eyed little girl, and she looked at the Emperor of Death with a silly smile. The sunny youth couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Master was the Emperor of Death, whose name shook the Tsang Ocean, and he was the nightmare of many people. Even he, as a disciple, had to be respectful. Even the 4 Death Spirit Lords had to be respectful, not daring to be rude. Bai Lin, that's right. Your wish will soon come true. However, apart from playing, you will also need to help your 3rd Senior Marshal Brother and the others carry out a mission. The voice that came from the platform was extremely gentle, as if it was coaxing a child. The 4 Death Spirit Lords were surprised, and weird expressions appeared on their faces. In their eyes, the Emperor of Death was high and mighty. They didn't expect something like this to happen. Your Majesty, do you mean we'll need her help when we carry out the mission this time? One of the Death Spirit Lords was confused. Maybe. The Emperor of Death's weak and tired voice contained a hint of uncertainty. The white-eyed little girl was a unique existence. Even he couldn't guess some of her abilities. Master, why did you use the Bridge of Death? What are you trying to do? What kind of mission are we going to carry out? The sunny youth asked. Hearing this, the powerful auras present curiously waited for the truth. Jaja, are we going to destroy another 2-star sect? Or attack some ancient secret land of inheritance? Everyone guessed and couldn't help but become restless. This mission is very special. I want you to capture one person alive and at least leave their corpse intact." The Emperor of Death answered, "Capture someone alive?" The 4 Death Spirit Lords looked at each other. What kind of person would need to use 4 Death Spirit Lords? "Because I use the Bridge of Death in such a large area, I need to sleep for several years to recover my eye bloodline power. That's why I'm asking you to help. That person is extremely unique and has limitless potential. You can't let your guard down." The Emperor of Death warned as he explained, "Master, may I ask where that person is?" The warm youth asked, "That's the most difficult part. That person must be hiding all over the world. Luckily, he revealed a temporary opening. I just activated the Bridge of Death not long ago and confirmed his approximate location." The Emperor of Death waved his hand as he spoke. Soon, a map of the vast Song Sea appeared in the sky above the gloomy palace. In the entire ash-gray ocean, the 3 major factions centered around the 3 sacred lands of spiritual realm: True Martial Sacred Land, Floating Dreams Sacred Land, 10,000 Woods Sacred Land. The warm youth's eyes scanned over the 3 spiritual sacred lands, and he revealed a look of respect and expectation. Apparently, the 3 spiritual sacred lands were the only sacred lands in the Tsang Ocean that could give birth to 3-star sections. Even the Emperor of Death had to respect for the 3 spiritual sacred lands. The range of your search will be the dozens of island zones in the southeastern part of the True Martial Sacred Land. The Emperor of Death pointed at a very small area on the map. The dozens of island zones weren't even 1/100th the size of the Tsang Ocean. However, even then, the eyebrows of the warm youth and the 4 Death Spirit Lords furrowed. Each island zone was extremely large. Apart from some of the main island zones, there were also many mini-zones similar to the 8 Desolate Mountain. Furthermore, although the continents looked huge, they were just some sesame seeds in the ocean. The limitless ocean was limitless, and the distance between the zones was extremely far. The distance between island zones was even further. Dozens of island zones. That was an extremely vast area. From this, one could see that the Emperor of Death's secret technique was extremely difficult to find Zhao Feng's location in the Tsang Ocean. The range is indeed very large. The Emperor of Death didn't deny it. He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, each of you will have a unique token of death. Although that person has hidden his aura of death to the minimum, you will still be able to sense his location within a certain range." So that's how it is. Everyone finally understood. With the token of death, they could sense the location of their target within a certain range. This made it 100 times easier. At the very least, there wouldn't be dozens of people aimlessly searching for a needle in the limitless ocean. "Go. We'll leave tomorrow." The Emperor of Death gave a few more instructions before making the final decision. Boom! The doors of the dark, ancient palace closed. Whoosh! 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 The 4 Death Spirit Lords led the Death Guards and flew out of the abyss of death. The warm youth and the white-eyed little girl were also in the group. The 4 Death Spirit Lords didn't understand why the Emperor of Death would send a little girl who had no battle power to help them. Only the inheritance of a god I can deal with a god eye. The last sliver of the Emperor of Death's, I appeared in the closed doors of the ancient palace. Chapter 574. At the edge of the Tianlu Islands, the blue lightning sea sky ship sped through the depths of the ocean and pulled away from the 8 Desolate Mountain. In the captain's room, Pung Pung, Pung Pung, Zhao Feng was sitting cross-legged, and his left eye suddenly gave him a warning. In the depths of his soul, the wisp of intent from the eye of death resonated strongly and became abnormally active as if it had been revived. The sense of danger in Zhao Feng's soul became stronger and stronger. Zhao Feng sighed bitterly in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he had used the void space eye slash, he wouldn't have been able to sense the Emperor of Death in that short amount of time. It could be expected. The Emperor of Death would definitely try to chase after Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng couldn't regret it. Facing Lord Husua, who was at the Great Origin Core realm, he and the Skeletal Division leader wouldn't even be able to take a single blow without using his eye bloodline. Skeletal Division leader. Zhao Feng sent a wisp of his consciousness into the 10,000 Ghost Pearl and inspected the Skeletal Division leader's injuries. The Skeletal Division leader's bones were broken in several places, and cracks covered its entire body. Luckily, Master helped me in time, so I only suffered external injuries. Now that I've fused the 9 deadly Een bone into my body, I'll be able to recover in 2 months. The Skeletal Division leader said gratefully. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Luckily, the Skeletal Division leader also cultivated the Tao of the Ghost Bone refining lineage, so its bones were extremely tough. It was a solid meat shield. If it was him or a normal sovereign, they wouldn't even be able to last half of the Skeletal Division leader's time. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 months passed. Zhao Feng spent most of his time cultivating in the captain's room. This was one of the benefits of the limitless ocean ship. During the long journey, he would have more time to cultivate. Jishui, where are we? Zhao Feng's voice sounded in Lulan Jishui's mind. Captain. Lulan Jishui quickly got up and bowed toward the captain's room. On a ship in the void, the captain was the supreme leader. Moreover, ever since Zhao Feng severely defeated King Husua a few months ago, the crew members were filled with respect and curiosity towards this captain. Where are we now? Zhao Feng asked. Over the past few months, he had spent most of his time cultivating and did not pay much attention to the outside world. Master, we've just entered the border of the 1,000 flowing islands. Lulan Jishui said. Just entered the neighboring Aurora zone. Zhao Feng frowned slightly. In 2 or 3 months, they had left the Tianlu Islands and entered the 1,000 Flow Islands. This speed was much slower than they had expected. At this speed, he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the area controlled by the Floating Dream, Sacred Land. Zhao Feng had studied the map of the Tsang Sea. The Ash-Gray Sea had 3 spiritual holy lands, the center of every void sea. The spiritual holy land that Zhao Feng was currently in was called the True Martial Sacred Land. For example, the Azure Flower Continent was in the ancient Azure Island Zone. The 3 sects were in the Tianlu Island Zone, and the 1,000 Flowing Islands Zone they had just entered all belonged to the True Martial Sacred Land, according to what Zhao Feng knew. In this part of the void sea that the True Martial Sacred Land governed, there were several hundred island zones that were similar to the Tianlu archipelago. From this, to step from the territory of one spirit realm sacred land to the territory of another spirit realm sacred land, the journey was extremely long. Captain, because we've been swimming in the depths of the ocean, it's much slower than flying in the void. The difference in speed can be tenfold. Especially in the depths of the ocean, we often encounter groups of sea creatures. Even the ship has to try to go around them. Along the way, the ship has been attacked many times. Lulan Jishui explained. Hearing this, Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. The ship had a lot of resistance when traveling in the deep ocean, and they often had to go around it. Luckily, the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship was a legendary ship from the 8 Desolate Mountain area. Its defense wasn't bad, and it could block the attacks of normal sovereigns for a short period of time. But even so, it was impossible for the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship to travel freely in the deep ocean. There were many sea creatures in the ocean, and it wasn't rare for them to reach the sovereign level. Right now, the surface of the ship is slightly damaged. If this continues, the damage will continue to worsen, and it will affect the safety of the crew. Lulan Jishui reported. What do you think? Zhao Feng couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. Traveling in the limitless ocean wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Jishui's suggestion is to leave the deep ocean and fly in the limitless ocean. Flying in the limitless ocean has less resistance, and the chances of being attacked by the sea creatures are much lower. Lulan Jishui suggested and analyzed. Zhao Feng had to admit that what she said made sense. However, no. Zhao Feng shook his head. Why? Lulan Jishui was puzzled. Her analysis and suggestion were very reasonable. Now that the ship had entered another island zone, the threat from the 8 desolate mountain and the 3 sects had decreased. They should speed up and escape from the threat. Don't ask why. As for the damage to the ship, try to repair it. Zhao Feng didn't explain. His true danger wasn't the 3 sects, but the Emperor of Death. Because Zhao Feng had stopped sensing the Scorpion, the Pure Moon's spiritual sect and the other 2 two-star sects couldn't sense him. However, the Emperor of Death was different. He most likely had a way to strengthen his connection with the Eye of Death in his soul. The limitless ocean itself has the ability to block spiritual sense. It's a natural barrier. Zhao Feng had his own thoughts. Between speed and safety, Zhao Feng chose the latter without hesitation. Skeletal Division Leader. A wisp of Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the 10,000 Ghost Pearl once more. After 2 or 3 months, the Skeletal Division Leader's injuries had healed, and it was half a month faster than expected. Not only had the Skeletal Division Leader's injuries healed, it had also increased the progress of the 100 Corpse Plan. Master, the 100 Corpse Plan is 75% complete. The Skeletal Division Leader said joyfully. This news made Zhao Feng overjoyed. 75%. The 100 Corpse Plan was getting closer and closer to completion. The Ghost Corpse Cursed Array's cultivation had increased, and each cursed ghost corpse was at least at the peak true Lord rank. Furthermore, after devouring the essence of many beasts and sovereigns, the power of the cursed ghost corpses had surpassed the previous 100 Graves Forbidden Ground. The 100 Graves Forbidden Ground only slaughtered 100 true Lord ranks to form the power of the cursed ghost corpses. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's Ghost Corpse Cursed Array had absorbed the essence of sovereigns. According to what the Skeletal Division Leader said, if the Ghost Corpse Cursed Formation could absorb the essence and souls of 100 venerable experts, its power would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Keep it up. Zhao Feng nodded his head and retracted his consciousness. Within the captain's room, Zhao Feng closed his eyes once more. Over the past 2 or 3 months, his cultivation had been steady and steady. However, now, his cultivation was closing in on the peak true Lord rank, and it would be hard for him to break through in a short amount of time. Luckily, Zhao Feng had obtained a large amount of resources from the Purple Saint Ruins. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for him to break through in the void sea where the essence chi was thin. Let's try that place again. A thought flashed through Zhao Feng's mind. Shua. His consciousness entered the dimension of his left eye. Within the dimension of his left eye, the dark blue lake was 270 yards wide. The improvement wasn't obvious. At the center of the lake was a mysterious whirlpool. A wisp of ancient aura seeped out from the mysterious whirlpool. Zhao Feng was extremely cautious as his consciousness entered the mysterious whirlpool. Shua. Zhao Feng's consciousness went black. Just like last time, Zhao Feng entered a dreamlike state. Ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng was standing on a piece of desolate land. This piece of land was so primitive and desolate that it had not been polished in any way. Just by standing here, Zhao Feng's body and soul were under a boundless pressure. The ancient dream realm is completely different from the real world. However, everything feels so real and ancient. Zhao Feng felt the aura of heaven and earth. The ancient aura he felt in the dimension of his left eye should have come from here. In this primitive and desolate world, even a speck of dust and sand seemed to contain boundless power. Hold on. At every second, Zhao Feng's soul and body felt limitless pressure. Half a breath, 1 breath, 2 breaths. Zhao Feng used his will to control his body and soul to endure the limitless pressure. He clearly remembered. Last time in the ancient dream realm, he only lasted 3 breaths. But this time he was mentally prepared, and he used his body and soul to fight against this primal pressure. Woo! Zhao Feng felt the pain in his body and the pressure in his soul. Every inch of his bones seemed to be trembling and creaking. Every particle of his flesh and blood seemed to be bearing the impact of the primordial aura of this world. However, the more Zhao Feng resisted, the stronger the pressure and rejection from this desolate world would be. The only part of his body that wasn't affected was the god's spiritual eye. The god's spiritual eye was extremely compatible with this world, and it reduced the rejection from this world to the minimum, so Zhao Feng wouldn't become a weirdo. Otherwise, even if he was 10 times stronger, his body would explode and he would die. 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. Zhao Feng felt his body approaching its limit step by step. Finally, at 4.5 breaths, Zhao Feng couldn't take it anymore. Wah! Zhao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and his consciousness went black. Whew! Before disappearing, Zhao Feng took a deep breath of the primal aura. In the next instant, deep within the ocean of space, the captain's room. Shwa! Zhao Feng opened his eyes and wiped the blood from his mouth. The damage in the ancient dream realm was the same as the damage in the real world. Zhao Feng had experienced this last time. Zhao Feng sat down and suddenly felt a primal aura slowly spread through his body. Instantly, Zhao Feng's body and soul were all nourished by an indescribable thing. DDD, especially the bloodline power in his body. When it met this aura, it was like a dry riverbed meeting rain after a long drought. Chapter 575. At this moment, Zhao Feng had taken a deep breath in the ancient dream realm and it spread throughout his body. What was incredible was that wisp of ancient aura had a wondrous effect on Zhao Feng's body and soul. The injuries in the ancient dream realm, can synchronize with reality. Now I can even bring out the things inside. Zhao Feng was stunned and his thoughts were flipped. Although the ancient dream realm gave off a very realistic feeling, Zhao Feng had only sent his consciousness into it. From Zhao Feng's point of view, it should be an illusory world. However, the result of the verification was unimaginable. Zhao Feng realized that the ancient dream realm wasn't a simple mental energy world. Meow meow. The little thieving cat jumped onto Zhao Feng's shoulder and sat down cross-legged. It started to absorb some of the ancient dream realm aura that leaked out. After all, the ancient dream realm aura that Zhao Feng had absorbed wasn't completely absorbed by his body, and some of it would leak out. The remaining aura was absorbed by the little thieving cat. Meow meow. The little thieving cat was extremely excited after absorbing some of the ancient dream realm aura. This ancient aura seems to have a great effect on living beings. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and felt it. Firstly, his bloodline and physique seemed to have been cleansed, and there were even signs of it evolving. This sign could only be felt when one broke through to the true spirit realm. For example, when one broke through from the ascended realm to the true spirit realm. My body seems to have become stronger, and my bloodline seems to have returned to its ancestor. Zhao Feng gently punched out and felt the power in his body become purer and stronger. The most obvious change was his bloodline power. The aura of his bloodline power became purer and showed signs of returning to its ancestor. Bo. Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power, and a ripple appeared on the surface of his body. As he circulated his bloodline power, his power became pure. The aura of the ancient era. The ice imperial spear that had merged with his bloodline trembled slightly as the ancient ice imperial power was awakened. Zhao Feng could faintly hear a voice. He guessed that it should be the artifact spirit of this inherited Earth-rank divine weapon. In the Fan universe, Earth-rank weapons were existences that were second only to Heaven-rank weapons. It was not strange that they all had some spirituality. The Ice Imperial Spear is an Earth-tier inheritance divine armament. Its spirituality was originally incomplete, but it seems to have recovered and strengthened. Zhao Feng could sense that the Ice Imperial Spear had also absorbed a wisp of ancient Dream Realm aura. These changes made Zhao Feng overjoyed. A wisp of aura from the ancient Dream Realm had such a great effect. It was beneficial to him, the little thieving cat, and even the Earth-grade weapon. 3 days later, Zhao Feng's injuries healed, and he entered the ancient Dream Realm again. And this time, in the ancient Dream Realm, Zhao Feng lasted for an even longer 5 breaths of time. In these 5 breaths of time, Zhao Feng absorbed twice as much ancient Dream Realm aura as he did last time. Zhao Feng used this time to absorb as much as he could. That primordial aura was absorbed by his flesh and blood, strengthening his physique further, showing signs of a living being transforming. After absorbing it, the power of his bloodline was stimulated and became even purer. Meow meow. The little thieving cat sat on Zhao Feng's shoulder and quickly absorbed the ancient Dream Realm aura. Source of true spirit. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up, and he tried his best to let a portion of the ancient Dream Realm aura enter his source of true spirit. Another surprise appeared. After his source of true spirit absorbed a wisp of the ancient Dream Realm aura, Zhao Feng's essence of wind lightning, including the purple destruction wind lightning aura, became even purer. Of course, all of these benefits and improvements were minuscule and could only be sensed if one paid full attention to it. However, Zhao Feng was also overjoyed. The aura of the ancient Dream Realm was extremely effective in increasing one's cultivation level and origin. Just like that, Zhao Feng entered the ancient Dream Realm 3 more times. The amount of time he could last in the ancient Dream Realm increased to 8 breaths. Of course, every time he entered the ancient Dream Realm, the longer he stayed, the more injuries he would suffer. Every time Zhao Feng entered, he would need to rest for a few days. After these 3 times, Zhao Feng's body and bloodline were both strengthened. He felt that every inch of his flesh and blood contained a pure aura of power, simple and unadorned. In a short month, Zhao Feng's body had become stronger and wasn't any weaker than some sovereigns. The source of true spirit within his body was the core of the purple destruction wind lightning, and its aura became even more condensed. If this continues, I'll be able to break through to the peak true Lord rank soon. Zhao Feng was looking forward to it. Due to the fact that Zhao Feng's mental energy and soul had both reached the level of a sovereign, once his true force reached the peak true Lord rank, he would be able to reach the half-step origin core realm. So, in the limitless ocean, the blue lightning sea sky ship was like a giant gray fish that sped through the ocean. Rumble. At a certain moment, a powerful aura of an ocean creature appeared in front of them. Not good. There seems to be a powerful ocean creature ahead. Lulan Jishue gave out orders from the control room, and the sailors started to move. Zhao Feng was also alerted. The aura coming from ahead was much stronger than normal sovereigns. From the sound of the waves, it should be a large ocean creature. Let me see. Zhao Feng released some of the bloodline power that sealed his left eye. Shua! A gray-blue whale, several miles long, appeared in Zhao Feng's sight. This gray-blue whale was definitely the largest creature Zhao Feng had ever seen. The waves within a dozen miles were enough to drown a city on land. That's a limitless ocean whale, one of the largest ocean creatures in the limitless ocean. Lulan Jishue exclaimed with a pale white face. She had already received the image from Zhao Feng. Limitless ocean whale? That's a legendary creature. Apparently, a mature, limitless ocean whale's battle power is comparable to a sovereign. The sailors in the ship were shocked, but they all cooperated with Lulan Jishue. Shua! Zhao Feng quickly blocked his left eye with a solemn expression. The limitless ocean whale was too big and had a strong life force. Even sovereigns would have to retreat before it could do anything. Go around it. Lulan Jishue and the sailors tried their best to steer the ship around this area. Boom! Huge waves surged in front of them as the limitless ocean whale's huge body rapidly approached them. The low roar of the limitless ocean whale was enough to make one panic. The blue lightning sea sky ship was like a tiny dead in front of the limitless ocean whale. Pung! Bam! The blue sea sky ship was tossed around by the waves, and everyone on the ship lost their balance. Skeletal Division Leader Zhao Feng exclaimed. Yes, Master. The Skeletal Division leader appeared at the top of the ship and was barely able to withstand the waves. The waves were enough to kill normal true Lord ranks. Luckily, the Skeletal Division leader's bones were extremely tough, and after merging with the 9 deadly Bone, it could block the attacks of those at the Origin Core Realm. Array! The Skeletal Division leader waved the black flag, and a thick layer of dark gray smoke radiated with the power of the curse and resentment. More than 80 cursed ghost corpses appeared in the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array, and the power of their curses had reached a terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, whoosh, 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 the surging power of the cursed ghost corpses turned into several 100-yard-long dragons that attacked the limitless ocean whale. Shoo! Even a being as powerful as the limitless ocean whale was attacked by the ghost corpse cursed formation. Black smoke rose from its body, and its life essence was quickly eroded. Woo! The void ocean whale's deep roar came from the deep sea, shaking the entire ocean and shaking the earth. What strong life force! Normal small Origin Core realms wouldn't even be able to last 10 breaths in the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array before turning into a puddle of blood. Zhao Feng was surprised that he didn't participate in the battle. The limitless ocean whale was a large ocean creature, and its life force was countless times stronger than other Origin Core realms. In terms of battle power, a few ordinary supremacies might not be a match for the void ocean whale. Boom! Boom! Shoo! The Skeletal Division leader used the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array to defend the ship and started to fight with the limitless ocean whale. At the start of the battle, the Skeletal Division leader didn't have the advantage. However, as time passed, the limitless ocean whale was being eroded by the power of the cursed ghost corpses, and its life force was being absorbed by the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array. An hour later, the limitless ocean whale was weak, and the Skeletal Division leader could do anything it wanted. Devouring this big guy is much more effective than killing a venerable and absorbing the essence, chi, remnant soul. The Skeletal Division leader waved the black flag. At this point in time, the limitless ocean whale's body started to bleed, and it looked like a bag of bones. The sailors on the ship couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end when they saw this. Unknowingly, the power of the Ghost Corpse Cursed Array had reached such a terrifying level. 82% of the Ghost Corpse plan. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Boom! Right at this moment, the sound of rolling waves that shook the heavens and the earth came from the nearby deep sea. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye twitched. Not good. The Skeletal Division leader suddenly felt the auras of large beasts that weren't any weaker than the limitless ocean whale in front of them. 1, 2, 3, in just a short while the Skeletal Division leader sensed almost 10 limitless ocean whales, and the number was still increasing. One had to know. The battle power of each limitless ocean whale was comparable to a late-stage, small Origin Core realm, and their defense was terrifying. Retreat. We've probably met a group of limitless ocean whales. Zhao Feng exclaimed. The Skeletal Division leader didn't dare to fight anymore. It immediately put away the array and entered the ship. Whoosh! The blue lightning sea sky ship sped toward the limitless ocean at its fastest speed. As long as we leave the limitless ocean, we'll be safe. Zhao Feng and company all understood this logic. This was because the ocean was the territory of the limitless ocean whales, and the limitless ocean was the territory of the sky. The blue lightning sea sky ship would be able to move even faster. Boom! 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 The blue lightning sea sky ship was hit several times. Behind them, the shadows of a dozen or so gigantic creatures slowly approached the ship that looked like a tiny in the raging waves. So, at this critical moment, the blue lightning sea sky ship left the ocean and entered the limitless ocean. Its speed increased dramatically, and it barely managed to escape from the whales. Chapter 576. So, the blue lightning sea sky ship's speed increased dramatically as it entered the limitless ocean. Pung, 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 the whales behind them broke through the surface of the sea, but they missed their target. Among them, the closest void ocean whale was only a few zhang away. Its bloody mouth swallowed the little guy's void ocean ship. So, the ship entered the limitless ocean and slowly pulled away from the whales. In the deep sea, the void ocean whale had an advantage, but in the mist sea, it was not the territory of the sea creatures. The dozen or so whales all flew into the ocean, but they couldn't catch up to the blue lightning sea sky ship. Everyone on the ship heaved a sigh of relief. It'll be very hard for the whales to catch up after we enter the ocean. Lulan Jishui and company felt fear in their hearts as they controlled the ship. If it was just one or two normal, limitless ocean whales, then Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader would be able to barely deal with them. However, encountering a group of limitless sea whales would be an extremely terrifying matter. I didn't think we'd meet a legendary creature like the limitless ocean whale. According to the records, the limitless ocean whale is huge and has a long lifespan. Its entire body is a treasure, and the most precious part of it is its blood essence. Blood essence. The crew members discussed with excitement in their eyes as they looked at the few void ocean whales that had yet to give up their pursuit. Hearing this, Zhao Feng revealed a look of interest. In terms of state of existence, an adult limitless ocean whale's battle power was comparable to a sovereign, and its state of existence was even higher than the towering tree Yao. Thinking back, the towering tree Yao gave Zhao Feng a lot of benefits, and the value of the limitless ocean whale was unimaginable. The heart blood essence is the essence of the limitless ocean whale's heart meridians. It can change one state of existence and even increase one state of existence. It's even good for sovereigns at the origin core realm. If a true lord rank uses it, it can increase one's state of existence and cultivation by leaps and bounds. Lulan Jishui explained the effects of the heart blood essence to Zhao Feng. After hearing this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but reveal a fiery gaze as he looked at the limitless ocean whales. Think about it. The void sea whale was a gigantic sea creature, so how powerful would its heart be? The sea whale heart blood essence was the blood essence contained in the heart of a sea whale, just like the wood spirit essence was to the towering tree demon. The difference was the wood spirit essence, soul, focused on helping the soul. As for the heart blood essence, its main effect was to improve one's physique and cultivation. My soul power and mental state have reached the level of a venerable. The only thing I'm lacking is my cultivation. Zhao Feng was tempted. The temptation of the heart blood essence was too great for him. This item was perfect for him. Slow down a little. Zhao Feng made up his mind and gave the order. If the void sea sky ship flew too fast, the whales behind it would be left behind sooner or later. Yes, Lulan Jishui carried out the order. She understood what Zhao Feng meant and was extremely cautious as she lowered the ship's speed. At this moment in time, there were still 4 or 5 limitless ocean whales chasing after the ship. After we get rid of 2 or 3 of them, we can consider making a move. Zhao Feng released his spiritual sense and looked behind him. Ever since the feeling of danger last time, Zhao Feng didn't even dare to use his god's spiritual eye. At most, he could only use his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense obviously couldn't compare to the god's spiritual eye, but most sovereigns were like this. Time passed. So, the blue lightning sea sky ship flew on the surface of the ocean and maintained a slight distance from the whales. An hour later, Master, these whales seem to have a certain level of intelligence. They're maintaining a certain distance from each other, Lulan Jishui said. Zhao Feng's expression became solemn. He obviously saw this as well. He and the skeletal division leader could win against one mature, limitless ocean whale, but if there were two, it would be a bit difficult. Even a great origin core realm would have to retreat when facing 4 or 5 limitless ocean whales. Right at this moment, woo, waves surged in the nearby sea, and a deep, earth-shaking snort came from it. What's that sound? The crew members on the ship felt their blood boiling, and they almost couldn't stand steadily. Zhao Feng's heart jumped and his breathing became heavy. He felt a sense of danger. Boom! He was just about to use his spiritual sense to look around when an unstoppable pressure came from the ocean below. Not good. Run. Zhao Feng's spiritual sense caught sight of a gray-blue figure in the ocean. Just the part of its head that was exposed was enough to devour a small mountain. The sailors within the ship felt their hearts jump and they couldn't breathe. Woo! The aura of a massive sea creature caused the surrounding area's yuan qi to gather like a tide, forming a vast and boundless momentum. So, the blue lightning sea sky ship tried its best to fly, but the gray-blue figure's mouth sucked and created a whirlpool of water 1/2 mile in diameter. The terrifying pulling force made the blue lightning sea sky ship's speed decrease. Boom! The gray-blue figure flew out of the ocean, and its body was almost 10 miles long. It was an even bigger, limitless ocean whale. SII. The sailors all took in cold breaths. Lulan Jishui's mouth gaped open. The blue lightning sea sky ship couldn't resist at all, and it was slowly swallowed by the whale. Arg! Everyone in the limitless ocean ship screamed. His vision was gradually replaced by pitch-black darkness. Pung! The ship entered the body of the void ocean whale, and a series of collisions ensued. Everyone on the boat was confused by the fall. Only Zhao Feng remained where he was, his eyes calm as they twinkled in thought. After absorbing the aura from the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng's body and bloodline had become stronger. In terms of body, he was comparable to an origin core realm sovereign. This was why he was able to maintain his balance even under this situation. This void ocean whale is several times stronger than an ordinary adult sea whale. It's at least at the great origin core realm, and its state of existence and body are probably close to the void god realm. Zhao Feng's spiritual sense scanned the surroundings. In terms of size, this void ocean whale was more than twice the size of the previous one. This is probably one of the leaders of the whales. Lulan Jishui smiled bitterly. Zhao Feng's expression became solemn as he observed for a long time. The battle power of this whale was definitely stronger than Lord Husu'a and the 8 Desolate Sovereign Lord. This whale is too big. Even if I use the Void Space Eye Slash, it won't be able to threaten its vitals. Zhao Feng's heart became heavy. For example, the illusionary ocean whale's heart was even bigger than an ordinary house. It was comparable to a palace's attic. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's Void Space Eye Slash was a 3-foot-long azure eye slash. If the target was too big, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to use it. 1 meter long. To the massive void ocean whale, an attack of this level was no different from a cut on the skin of a finger. The Void Space Eye Slash was Zhao Feng's strongest eye bloodline technique, and it could instantly kill most Origin Core Realm experts. However, there was no such thing as a perfect technique. The whale countered the Void Space Eye Slash to a certain degree, and at the same time countered most single-target techniques. At this point in time, Zhao Feng started to think. Gulu! The ship rolled and landed in a dimension filled with a sticky liquid. Not good. That's the whale's digestive fluid. Lulan Jishui exclaimed. Digestive fluid? As soon as Zhao Feng's spiritual sense reached out, he felt a strong corrosive force. Even those at the true lord rank would be instantly digested if they touched it. Sea creatures like the limitless ocean whales mostly consume large numbers of demonic beasts, humans, or even ships to digest. An old sailor said, "Hoo!" The viscous liquid enveloped the entire ship. Lulan Jishue and company tried their best, but they couldn't move. The viscous liquid deeply shook the void ship and even had a certain sealing effect. "Master, what should we do?" Lulan Jishue's expression changed dramatically. Zhao Feng's expression was calm as he lifted the skeletal division leader out. Everyone started to discuss. After all, Zhao Feng didn't know much about limitless ocean whales and the limitless ocean itself. How long can the ship last? Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye found that the blue lightning sea sky ship was showing signs of being digested. The material of the blue lightning sea sky ship comes from the limitless ocean. It's extremely resistant to corrosion and can block normal sovereigns for a short amount of time. But the digestive fluid of the limitless ocean whale isn't simple either. Everyone started to discuss. At last, they came to a conclusion. The blue lightning sea sky ship can last for a month at most. If we have enough primal crystal stones, we can use the defensive array for 2 to 3 months. The sailors started to move. Soon, a layer of gray-blue light appeared around the blue lightning sea sky ship to block the digestive fluid. "Captain, the digestive fluid is too strong and the array is being consumed quickly. It'll probably use a large amount of primal crystal stones," Lulan Jishue said urgently. "Don't worry. Let's stabilize the situation first." Zhao Feng's voice was calm and emotionless. He had brought out a large amount of resources from the Purple Saint ruins, including some precious primal crystal stones. Gulu, the void sea whale, swallowed the ship and dove into the deep sea. Everywhere it passed, its pitch-black mouth devoured all the sea creatures without restraint. In this ocean, the limitless ocean whale was at the top of the food chain. "Master, with my body, I only have a 50 to 60% chance of breaking out of this dimension. As for whether or not I'll be able to escape, that's hard to say," the skeletal division leader said. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. The skeletal division leader's body was made of bones and had the strongest resistance to corrosion. If even it didn't have a high chance of escaping, the others wouldn't be able to. An hour later, the limitless ocean whale entered the depths of the ocean. Chio boom! The waves in the depths of the ocean surged, and the number of limitless ocean whales kept on increasing. The auras of enormous ocean creatures appeared in the nearby area, and the number of limitless ocean whales continued to increase. "We seem to have entered a group of limitless ocean whales. We seem to have entered a group of limitless ocean whales." Chapter 577. We seem to have entered a limitless ocean whale horde. The scalps of everyone on the ship went numb as they fell into extreme fear. In the depths of the ocean, the auras of the enormous sea creatures represented a legendary void ocean whale. Most of these auras belonged to adult limitless ocean whales, and their battle power surpassed normal sovereigns. The auras of these enormous sea creatures gathered together, producing a terrifying might that was enough to make an ordinary expert's soul scatter. SII. Everyone on the ship took in a cold breath and held their breaths. Pum! 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 The heartbeats of the sailors were extremely clear in the deathly silent ship. Only those at the Void God realm will be safe. Otherwise, even those at the Great Origin Core realm will die. Zhao Feng's heart shook. There were a few limitless ocean whales among them, and their strength was on par with the one that had devoured the ship. The life force of these whales was even stronger than the one that had devoured the ship. Normal Great Origin Core realm sovereign lords probably wouldn't be able to fight them head-on. Under this situation, Zhao Feng was also helpless, and his expression returned to normal. The only thing he could do was to do nothing and restrain his aura as much as possible. Gulu, the void sea whale, shuttled in the deep sea. Now and then it let out a dull and frightening moan, greeting its own kind nearby. The hearts of everyone on the ship shook. The flames in the skeletal division leader's eye sockets trembled uneasily. Even it hadn't experienced something like this during the Scarlet Moon era. Suddenly, Wang, an ancient aura, appeared from the ocean, and the heaven-earth yuan qi nearby seemed to be locked down. In that instant, the limitless ocean whales trembled and knelt down obediently. The limitless ocean whale that had swallowed everyone tensed up and trembled. It was unable to control the respect in its heart. Could it be a void god realm king? Zhao Feng and the others felt a pressure that originated from their souls. Even their thoughts were suppressed, and they found it hard to resist. Zhao Feng had once felt the aura of a void god realm king in the Purple Saint ruins. But this time a similar aura was even more intense and clear, and there was a kind of ancient ocean aura. That voice and aura, it's probably the Whale King of the Void Sea. Lulan Jishue's body trembled slightly. Even speaking required a lot of strength. Whale King of the Void Sea. In the depths of the ocean, the chi of heaven and earth and the waves froze momentarily. It was a gigantic Whale King. Its entire body was green and covered in a layer of moss, seaweed, and other plants. As for the Whale King, it opened its eyes casually. It was cold and ancient as it scanned the surrounding deep-sea environment. With it, as the center, a vast and boundless ancient force spread into the surroundings. Void Sea Whale King. It's definitely at virtual god level. As a marine creature, it has a huge body and a higher life level. Zhao Feng's soul was completely suppressed. At this moment, everyone on the ship felt suffocated. No one dared to use their senses to pry. Even if they had this thought, their souls would be suppressed by an invisible force. However, Zhao Feng and the others could feel the existence of the Whale King. Whoosh! The Whale King's cold gaze scanned across the whales and lingered on the giant whale that Zhao Feng and the others were on. Oh no! Everyone on the ship felt the Whale King's gaze. The pressure that came from the soul was even stronger. If it was more intentional, it would be able to crush everyone's soul. Thump! 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 Everyone's heartbeats sped up. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. However, the Whale King's gaze lingered on the ship for a second before leaving. Who? The people on the limitless ocean ship let out sighs of relief. Thump! Thump! A few crew members even fell to the ground. Zhao Feng's back was drenched in cold sweat. They had no way of fighting back in front of a virtual god-level ocean giant. The Whale King has already sensed our existence, but it didn't do anything. Zhao Feng felt a weird feeling in his heart. The Whale King had discovered their existence. Of this, Zhao Feng wasn't the only one who was sure. Everyone else also felt like they had been stared by that aura. What they didn't understand was that the Whale King didn't do anything even though it had discovered them. It didn't even seem to care. Perhaps in its eyes, this kind of situation was not rare. I understand. The skeletal division leader tried to remain calm. With the Whale King's level, it doesn't even care about food like us. In its eyes, we're just ants. Hearing that, everyone revealed a look of joy and let out a breath. The Whale King was an ancient giant of the limitless ocean. In its eyes, ordinary powerhouses, even martial highnesses, were like ants. Moreover, Zhao Feng and the others had become its food. While everyone was overjoyed, they couldn't help but feel bitter and sad. When did this happen? They rejoiced in their own insignificance. If Zhao Feng and company were stronger, they might be able to catch the tension of the Whale King, and the situation would be completely different. Gulu, Bam, the giant sea whale that everyone was on passed by the Sea Whale King. A while later, the giant sea whale found a place, burped, and fell asleep. Gulu. While the whale was asleep, the digestive fluid inside its body didn't decrease. Instead, it increased and sealed the ship inside its slimy space. Zhao Feng suspected that the liquid was a digestive organ of the whale. An hour later, the whale was completely asleep. In the distance, the great ancient aura of the sea whale clan had disappeared long ago. The limitless ocean whale is a legendary creature, so it's usually asleep. Only when it wakes up will it go out to eat. Lulan Jishue calmed down and explained. Not long after, everyone on the ship fell into silence. The limitless ocean ship could only last 2 to 3 months in the liquid. After 2 to 3 months, the ship would be digested. Captain, what should we do now? Lulan Jishue spoke after a while. Wait. Zhao Feng slowly said one word. Even if they had a way to break through, they couldn't act rashly. Firstly, the whale tribe was nearby. Secondly, the whale king's threat. Therefore, they couldn't act rashly in this area. Furthermore, the whale's battle power wasn't something they could fight against. Within the captain's room, my cultivation is close to the peak true lord rank. This place is more suitable for cultivation. Zhao Feng slowly closed his eyes. He had entered the ancient dream realm several times before and had benefited a lot. Now, Zhao Feng's body and bloodline had become stronger, and even his source of true spirit and purple destruction wind lightning had become purer and closer to its origin. In terms of mental energy and soul power, Zhao Feng was comparable to a sovereign. Even his body was comparable to the origin core realm after absorbing the aura from the ancient dream realm. Of course, there was still a gap between it and the skeletal division leader's body. Under this situation, Zhao Feng's cultivation would increase quickly at the true lord rank. Time passed by. Zhao Feng would enter the ancient dream realm every couple of days and absorb some of its aura. At this moment, Zhao Feng had lasted 9 breaths in the ancient dream realm. 9 breaths. This was Zhao Feng's current limit. Every time he returned to the real world, Zhao Feng would try his best to absorb the aura from the ancient dream realm. Meow meow. The little thieving cat sat on his shoulder and absorbed all the remaining aura from the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng didn't know. If it wasn't for the little thieving cat, the remaining aura from the ancient dream realm might have alerted the Whale King. On the other hand, the little thieving cat could absorb all the aura from the ancient dream realm. Every time it absorbed a sliver, the bloodline in the depths of the little thieving cat's body would tremble. However, the little thieving cat's bloodline was extremely unique, and its growth was extremely slow. Even Zhao Feng couldn't see through it. Finally, after a month of hard cultivation, a faint aura appeared within the ship. Peak true lord rank, success. Zhao Feng suppressed the aura within his source of true spirit. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's source of true spirit had reached a limit in terms of both quantity and quantity. The peak true lord rank was the limit of the 3 heavens of the true spirit realm. Captain broke through? The sailors within the ship sensed something. Luckily, the blue lightning sea sky ship had the ability to block senses, so the whale was in deep sleep and didn't sense the movements of these little things. Peak true lord rank. This is just the first step. Zhao Feng didn't stop cultivating. In the past month, he had entered the ancient dream realm 5 or 6 times, and his bloodline and body had become stronger. Even though he had just reached the peak true lord rank, his foundation was extremely stable. His cultivation, soul and body were all at the origin core realm. These factors pushed Zhao Feng's cultivation to the next level. The only thing he lacked was the heaven-earth yuan qi. Zhao Feng's ancient metal ring had a large amount of wind and lightning elemental crystal stones and resources. Therefore, Zhao Feng didn't lack heaven-earth yuan qi at all. Half a month later, the source of true spirit within Zhao Feng's body became thicker, and the azure essence of wind and lightning was replaced by purple. Furthermore, the liquid state of the source of true spirit started to turn into a solid state. The source of true spirit within Zhao Feng's body became thicker and started to turn into a yuan core. The yuan core was the core of power within the body of an origin core realm sovereign, and it gathered all the essence of power they had cultivated here. After reaching the origin core realm, the true force within one's body would turn into true yuan. Whether it was the Yuan core or true Yuan, they surpassed the source of true spirit and true force. Of course, the half-step origin core realm only had half-step true Yuan. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Within Zhao Feng's body, traces of half-step true essence had already been produced. That half-step true Yuan was a wisp of faintly purple wind and lightning essence. Most of it was purple, and the rest was dark green. Congratulations, Master, on reaching the half-step primal core realm, the skeletal division leader said. In just a short span of 1.5 months, Zhao Feng had reached the peak true lord rank and the half-step origin core realm. Outsiders might find it shocking when they heard it. However, only the skeletal division leader knew that this was the result of accumulation. Zhao Feng's mind intent, soul power, body and bloodline had all reached the Venerable One level. The only thing he was lagging behind was his true power cultivation. Therefore, as long as Zhao Feng reached the peak true lord rank, he would reach the half-step origin core realm. After advancing to the half-step primal core realm, Zhao Feng did not stop. Chapter 578. Starting from the half-step origin core realm, the source of true force within one's body would start to form wisps of half-step true Yuan that would transform into a higher level of true Yuan. The source of true spirit within Zhao Feng's body was extremely sticky and had left its original liquid state. When the source of true spirit completely solidified and formed an origin core, one's power would increase by leaps and bounds. However, this transformation was a long process that would accumulate over a long period of time. Every time the half-step true Yuan was purified, it would be a breakthrough in the limit of a being. This required one's mental energy level and state of existence. If one's mental energy level and state of existence weren't high enough, the transformation would be extremely slow and might even reach a bottleneck. This was also why many half-step origin core realms were stuck at this bottleneck and couldn't break through for decades. With my current speed, I'll be able to reach the origin core realm in at least 1 to 3 to 4 years. Zhao Feng gave a rough estimate based on his half-step true Yuan transformation speed. Theoretically speaking, Zhao Feng didn't have any bottlenecks from the half-step origin core realm to the origin core realm. Therefore, his speed surpassed normal half-step origin core realms. Only people like Lu Tianyi, who stood on the shoulders of 2-star sects and void god realm kings, could be compared to him. Next, Zhao Feng slowed down the transformation of his half-step true Yuan. His focus was on understanding. The stronger the element of the source of true Yuan is, the purer the origin core will be. Zhao Feng focused on the foundation. Once the source of true spirit turned into an origin core, it would become a new core of power. The core of every cultivator's power contained their own understanding of the profound mysteries of power. For example, Zhao Feng's source of true spirit contained the element of the purple destruction wind lightning. Correspondingly, other experts cultivated different types of cultivation methods, so their understanding of the profound truths of power would be different. Before the half-step true Yuan transformation is complete, I'll let the source of true Yuan form a stronger element of power. Zhao Feng's vision was even further. In any case, he wouldn't be able to break through to the primal core realm in a short period of time unless he had a heaven-defying item. If that was the case, he chose to take the path of an elite soldier, lowering his level of advancement appropriately. In his mind, Zhao Feng's consciousness merged into the inheritance space of the wind lightning steel once more to comprehend the purple destruction wind lightning. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Zhao Feng's comprehension of the purple destruction wind lightning increased by another level, reaching 20 to 30%. In fact, ever since he left the Purple Saint ruins and before he reached the true Lord rank, Zhao Feng's focus had been on the Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance. At this moment, the The source of true spirit within Zhao Feng's body released a faint aura of destruction wind lightning. Pong! Zhao Feng slowly opened his palm, and wisps of purple destruction tempest quickly formed a blade of purple destruction that contained a trace of pure destructive aura. Pong! Zhao Feng quickly put away the blade of purple destruction. Even so, everyone on the ship felt a destructive power that penetrated their souls. They were instinctively frightened and uneasy. Even the skeletal division leader in the 10,000 Ghost Pearls' heart jumped. It sighed in its heart. After Zhao Feng reached the half-step origin core realm, he wasn't in a rush to convert his half-step true yuan. Instead, he focused on comprehending his intent. Only by increasing his strength could he increase Zhao Feng's battle power in a short period of time. This blade of purple destruction is enough to threaten normal sovereigns. Zhao Feng was satisfied. He had only comprehended 20 to 30% of the purple destruction wind lightning, and his cultivation was only at the half-step origin core realm. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have such destructive power. However, there was one factor that greatly increased the power of destruction within the purple destruction wind lightning. That factor was the aura from the ancient dream realm. After absorbing the aura from the ancient dream realm, the aura of destruction within Zhao Feng's purple destruction wind lightning became closer to the origin. Even the Wind Lightning Emperor's purple destruction wind lightning didn't contain such a pure aura of destruction. Even when he was cultivating, Zhao Feng didn't forget to enter the ancient dream realm every few days. The aura from the ancient dream realm helped Zhao Feng the most in terms of his body and bloodline power. Now, Zhao Feng's bloodline power was almost twice as pure as it was in the Purple Saint ruins. The aura of the ancient dream realm could even cause one's bloodline to revert to its ancestral state to a certain extent. Of course, the aura from the ancient dream realm didn't always help Zhao Feng. As his bloodline and body became stronger, the effect of the aura from the ancient dream realm would become smaller and smaller. In order to maintain and strengthen the effect, the only way was to increase the number of ancient dream realm auras. Skeletal Division Leader Zhao Feng concealed his aura and sent his consciousness into the 10,000 Ghost Pearl. He paid attention to the progress of the 100 Corpses plan. Master, the 100 Corpses curse has been completed. The Skeletal Division Leader's voice was filled with pride and joy. It was the one who suggested the 100 Corpses plan, and it was mostly because of him. The 100 Corpses plan succeeded. Zhao Feng couldn't contain the joy in his heart. Within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl, 100 cursed ghost corpses stood side by side. They were all at the peak true Lord rank. They had finally succeeded. Zhao Feng let out a long breath. For the 100 Corpse plan, Zhao Feng had spent an enormous amount of resources, most of which came from the Purple Saint ruins. It could be said that, without the 100 Graves Forbidden Ground, the Purple Saint ruins, and the Skeletal Division Leader, the 100 Corpses plan wouldn't have been completed. The 100 Corpses plan was completed due to luck. The 100 Corpse plan has been completed, and the Ghost Corpse Cursed Formation is approaching perfection. Its power will definitely rise to another level. The Skeletal Division Leader looked forward to it even more than Zhao Feng. Within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl, apart from the cursed ghost corpses, there were also 2 dark silver ghost corpses. These 2 dark silver ghost corpses had been in the 10,000 Ghost Pearl for a long time, and they had reached the half-step origin core realm. Can I use the ancient dream realm aura to increase the strength of the ghost corpses? A thought suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. This thought only flashed through his mind. Even Zhao Feng didn't have enough ancient dream realm aura, so he didn't spend more than 10 breaths in there. 3 days later, Zhao Feng was in seclusion, comprehending his bloodline power and the Ice Imperial Spear. Wang, the blue lightning sea sky ship, started to shake. What's going on? The people on the ship couldn't stand straight and quickly stabilized themselves. Gulu, the limitless ocean whale, had woken up and started to slowly travel through the ocean. Captain, the limitless ocean whale has been sleeping for 2 months. It's probably going out to find food. Lulan Jishue said. Hope appeared in the eyes of the people on the ship. This big guy has finally woken up. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He had been cultivating in this sealed environment for so long just to wait for this moment. As expected, according to the rules, the limitless ocean whale would go out to find food every once in a while. If the whale stayed with the tribe, Zhao Feng wouldn't dare to do anything even if he had the strength. There were over 100 adult whales in the tribe, and there was even a void god realm whale king. Doing anything in such an environment would be courting death. This time, the limitless ocean whale is going out to find food. This is our last chance. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. Every time the limitless ocean whale went out to find food, it would come back to sleep for a while. The blue lightning sea sky ship obviously wouldn't be able to last until the whale went out to find food again. Gulu, boom, the void giant sea whale rampaged in the depths of the sea, completely unrestrained. In terms of size, it was almost 10 miles long, and it was a rare creature in the limitless ocean. This was their last chance. Zhao Feng went all out and even released his god's spiritual eye to see what was going on. The limitless ocean whale is leaving the tribe. Zhao Feng's heart sped up. The limitless ocean whale obviously didn't have much marine life to feed on. Therefore, this giant sea whale had to travel a long distance and enter the void sea, which was even further away. 1,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 10,000 miles. Just in time, the limitless ocean whale went further and further away. Finally, when it reached 20,000 miles, the limitless ocean whale started to eat. It's about time to act. Zhao Feng's heart moved. Shua. He waved his hand and summoned the skeletal division leader. Master, how do you plan on breaking out? Do you want to abandon the sailors? The skeletal division leader suggested. Zhao Feng shook his head. Forcefully breaking out was a bad idea. The battle power of the limitless ocean whale was definitely half a level stronger than Lord Husu'a and the 8 desolate sovereign lord. Even Zhao Feng's void space couldn't threaten this big guy. Even if they gave up the limitless ocean ship and tried to break out, there was no guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed. Boiling a frog in warm water. Let's start from here. Zhao Feng laughed. After that, he channeled his bloodline power and awakened the Earth-grade divine artifact, the Ice Imperial Spear. Wisps of ice and water power of the ancient Ice Emperor passed to him. Bo! A ripple of water appeared around Zhao Feng as he took the skeletal division leader and charged through the exit at the top of the ship. The ship was surrounded by a terrifying liquid. Normal origin core realms wouldn't be able to last more than a few breaths in such an environment. However, Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader were different. The skeletal division leader cultivated the Tao of Bones, so its body was made up of bones. Its defense and resistance to corrosion were very strong. On the other hand, Zhao Feng had the water bloodline and specialized in healing and defense. His state of existence had also reached the origin core realm. Whoosh! On the deck, Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader both fell into the liquid. The skeletal division leader was just about to use its 9 deadly Yin bone to create a path, but it was stopped by Zhao Feng. Turn water to ice. Zhao Feng merged the laws of ice and water from the Ice Imperial Spear into his body and used a secret bloodline technique. In an instant, a layer of surging dark blue light extended for dozens of feet and enveloped the entire ship. Turn water to ice. See, with the limitless ocean ship as the center, everything within 100 yards turned into ice. Everything was frozen. Good idea. The skeletal division leader couldn't help but exclaim. It would be very hard to deal with this liquid using normal methods. However, this digestive mucus was also a kind of thick semi-liquid. Once it was frozen, the liquid's vitality would decrease dramatically. At this moment, Zhao Feng used his secret bloodline technique, an intent of ice and water that he had obtained from awakening the Ice Imperial Spear, to freeze everything within 100 yards. First step complete. Chapter 579. The first step is complete. Zhao Feng let out a breath, and joy appeared on his face. His judgment was correct. Normal attacks, including his purple destruction wind lightning and the skeletal division leaders, Ean of Death, wouldn't be able to do anything to the slime. However, everything in the world countered each other. There was no such thing as invincible. For example, Zhao Feng's void space ice slash was countered by the limitless ocean whale size. Correspondingly, the liquid of the limitless ocean whale was countered by Zhao Feng's ice water bloodline and lost most of its vitality. Fortunately, my bloodline power has become purer and stronger in the past half a year. The Ice Imperial Spear has awakened, and it can unleash even more frost power. Zhao Feng rejoiced in his heart. All of this was due to the ancient Dream Realm aura. Otherwise, with his bloodline power after leaving the Purple Saint ruins, it would be hard for Zhao Feng to freeze everything within 100 yards. See, once the outer layer of the mucus got close to the layer of ice, it would freeze and lose its activity. So cold. At the center of the ice was the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship. Although the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship was made of tough materials and had arrays protecting it, everyone within the ship was still affected. Lulan Jishui and the others shivered, feeling as if their blood was about to freeze. Furthermore, this was just a wisp of coldness. It couldn't even be counted as a shockwave. From this, with Zhao Feng's bloodline power and the Ice Imperial Spear's ancient power of ice, how strong was it? Master, there's ice all around us. The skeletal division leader cried out. Even with its unique body, it couldn't take it, and its body stiffened, switching between ice and water. Zhao Feng laughed and circulated his bloodline power, turning a portion of the ice into water. Wang, the wisp of water, was then absorbed by Zhao Feng's bloodline power. Soon, part of the inner layer of the ice seal had been emptied. The outer layer of the ice seal blocked the slime inside the slime space. The inner layer was the limitless ocean ship, Zhao Feng, and the skeletal division leader. Good idea. The skeletal division leader could guess Zhao Feng's next step. Part of the ice seal was hollowed out, freeing up some space. Then, there would be room for him to show off. Second step, set up the formation. Zhao Feng used some of his bloodline power to maintain the ice and let the skeletal division leader attack. Whoosh! The skeletal division leader waved the black flag, and 100 cursed corpses piled up on top of the ship. In an instant, a layer of dark mist and flame spread out, emanating a shocking amount of ghost corpse resentment. Just a wisp of that flame could threaten the life of a half-step primal core realm cultivator. Gather. Zhao Feng immediately said. Now, the 100 corpse cursed formation was truly formed in its peak state. If this formation was fully expanded, it could cover a radius of 5 to 6 miles. The skeletal division leader, controlled the black flag and compressed the range of the ghost corpse cursed formation to a couple dozen yards. Otherwise, the power of the ghost corpse cursed formation would destroy the outer layer of ice. Guide the power of the curse. A light flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes as he spoke. Good. The skeletal division leader's eyes lit up. Zhao Feng indeed wanted to use this method to deal with the whale. Countless withered hands formed from pale white flames emerged from the dense dark mist of the 100 corpses formation. These white hands were invisible and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Normal experts wouldn't be able to sense them with their spiritual sense. How cold! Everyone within the limitless ocean ship felt a coldness that came from their souls. Go! The skeletal division leader waved the black flag, and thousands of white hands reached toward the organs of the limitless ocean whale. Strangely enough, the power of the curse was more soul-based and didn't affect the ice at all. Shwa, shwa, thousands of pale, shriveled hands, dripping with blood, pierced through the layer of ice and devoured the whale's flesh and blood. So this is the power of the curse. Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye could see the form of the power of the curse. Under normal situations, the power of the ghost corpse cursed formation merged with the power of the ghost corpse cursed formation and was called the ghost corpse cursed formation. However, this time it was purely the power of the curse. The power of the curse was invisible and didn't affect normal mental energy. It was specifically targeted at living beings. Back in the Azure Flower continent, some true spirit realm experts had entered the 100 Graves forbidden ground and were affected by the power of the curse. Even if they managed to return in time, they would still be affected by the curse. At this point in time, the skeletal division leader directed the power of the curse into the organs of the limitless ocean whale. Woo! The 10-mile-long whale let out a muffled snort, its body shaking. Obviously, even the enormous body of the giant sea whale felt uncomfortable. However, the disease was coming from its internal organs, so it couldn't do anything about it. Being affected by the power of the curse will cause one's life force and soul to disappear. Zhao Feng observed how the power of the curse attacked. Even if some experts didn't die immediately after being affected by the curse, their lifespan and life force would disappear over time. This meant that the power of the curse could reduce one's lifespan by absorbing life force. After eating the whale's flesh, those pale, withered hands looked even more bloody, which made people shudder with fear. Such a strong ghost corpse, cursed formation attacking the organs. Even great origin core realms won't be able to last long. The skeletal division leader laughed. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader didn't dare to touch the power of the curse. Goo-goo, boom. The whale gave off a soul-shaking roar as it rolled around in the ocean, creating waves. The disease within its body was eating away at its organs. What was even more frightening was that the power of the curse would endlessly entangle one's body. It would be very difficult to escape from it. An hour later, the giant sea whale was still struggling and rolling, but its tremendous aura and strength had obviously weakened. It's indeed worthy of being a titan of the ocean. Its life force is so strong. If it were a great origin core realm expert, the power of the curse would have killed them long ago. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. At this point in time, the resentful power of the curse had already taken effect on the giant sea whale, causing it to become extremely weak. Avoid the heart, Zhao Feng said. Through the god's spiritual eye, he was able to sketch out the structure of the whale's organs and send it to the skeletal division leader. The skeletal division leader directed the power of the curse towards a few important organs, but it avoided the heart. The heart blood essence is the most valuable sacred blood of the limitless ocean whale. Bathing the entire body with it can change one's body and even increase one's state of existence. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. He was still thinking about the most precious heart blood essence of the whale. One had to know that. The strength of this whale surpassed normal great origin core realms, and its state of existence was only below that of a void god realm king. Inside the giant whale's body, the resentful power of the curse continued to erode its spirit and soul silently. Zhao Feng could even feel that the whale's body was starting to wither as its life force and soul started to disappear. Boom! The limitless ocean whale roared and struggled, and it would occasionally come out of the water. The disease had made the whale go crazy. Half a day later, the limitless ocean whale was still struggling, and its aura was getting weaker. Master, the limitless ocean whale is too big. Normal origin core realms would have died dozens of times already. However, it'll probably take a few more days to kill it, the skeletal division leader said. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. He was worried that the longer he delayed, the more whales would be attracted to him. Fortunately, the giant sea whale struggled crazily. Its mind was in chaos, and it had lost its sense of direction. Above the limitless ocean, a grayish-blue shark-shaped ship shuttled through the deep sea and flew to this area. Limitless ocean whale. So big. This probably isn't a normal limitless ocean whale. Dozens of figures appeared on the ship. All of them had fierce auras and radiated killing intent. Without a doubt, they were a group of pirates. The leader of the group was a man covered in silver clothes. He stared at the limitless ocean whale in bewilderment. It's a giant whale that's almost 10 miles long. We can't even stand a chance against it. The pirates looked at it in fear. The pressure from it was enough to make the hearts of normal sovereigns tremble. Wait, there seems to be something wrong with this limitless ocean whale. Its aura is weak, and it can't even struggle. The male scanned the whale with his spiritual sense and found that something was wrong. After observing for a while, retreat, the male in silver suddenly ordered. Although he was at the origin core realm, he wasn't on the same level as a creature of this level. With his strength, he couldn't even get close to the whale. After all, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. The limitless ocean whale might be able to kill all the pirates with just one slap. So, the void pirate ship quickly left the scene of the incident. Bam! The limitless ocean whale struggled, but its aura became weaker and weaker. Half a day later, some experts and merchant groups passed by and saw the limitless ocean whale, but they all avoided it, up until a certain moment. So, an enormous force of the world whistled through the air, and the world's yuan qi swept out like a tide. Crack! The nearby sea of mist began to crumble layer by layer under a vast power that seemed to have fused with the natural universe. Instantly, the limitless ocean was dyed in a dark green light, and the environment seemed to change. Great Origin Core Realm. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader within the whale sensed something. A few breaths later, an old man in a long black robe descended upon this region of the foggy sea with a man and a woman. Limitless ocean whale. A light flashed through the elder's eyes as his great origin core realm aura became stronger. Limitless ocean whale. That's a legendary, limitless ocean creature. It was a man and a woman in their 20s or 30s. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was gentle and charming. Although they were juniors, their cultivations were at the true lord rank. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This limitless ocean whale's state of existence is close to the void god realm, and normal great origin core realm sovereign lords aren't its match. However, it seems to have lost a lot of life force and is extremely weak. The elder's eyes twinkled as he spoke. Chapter 580. Heart Blood Essence. The eyes of the young man and woman lit up. The handsome youth seemed to have heard of the legend before and said excitedly, apparently the heart blood essence has the effect of changing one's body when bathing in it. It can increase one's state of existence and cultivation by leaps and bounds. That's right. The old man nodded and said, the effect of this blood is miraculous. It is extremely beneficial even to primal core realm venerables. If you can use it, your state of existence and body will be comparable to a half-step origin core realm for at least 2 years. Furthermore, the chances of breaking through to the origin core realm will be even higher. Hearing that, the expressions of the young man and woman became even more excited. Their cultivations were at the early stage true lord rank and late stage true lord rank, respectively. Who knew how many years it would take for them to break through to the half-step origin core realm? It could be said that the heart blood essence had the effect of changing one's state of existence and could greatly increase one's potential. Furthermore, this kind of beneficial effect was long-term, unlike the short-term effects of some spirit pills and heavenly treasures, which would leave behind side effects. Furthermore, the state of existence of this limitless ocean whale is not simple. It's only slightly weaker than the legendary Whale King. The black-robed old man murmured. One could imagine that the heart-blood essence of this limitless ocean whale would be far more useful than normal whales. If I use this blood essence, my state of existence and body will be closer to the Void God realm. Although it won't help me break through to the Void God realm, it will at least give me a strong foundation. The elder's heart thumped. Who wouldn't be moved by a chance to strengthen their state of existence? Probably not many people below the Void God realm could resist the temptation of the heart-blood essence. Third elder, are you confident in slaying this limitless ocean whale? The charming female couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, this limitless ocean whale is extremely weak and only has 20 to 30% of its battle power left. Furthermore, its heart is as big as a palace, and there's enough heart-blood essence. Not only can we bring it back to the gone Cloud Pavilion, it can also increase the strength of the clan. The old man chuckled, his face full of confidence. After that, he swayed his body and punched toward the limitless ocean whale with a tremendous force. When a great origin core realm attacked, the environment within dozens of miles changed dramatically. Pack! A massive, shimmering, dark green palm projection that was half a kilometer in diameter struck the whale's head head-on, and an earth-shattering boom rang out. Profound heaven ink seal. The gigantic palm projection enshrouded the whale's head and didn't dissipate. Instead, it released even more dazzling dark green crystalline light, and its size continued to expand. What was even more incredible was that the black heaven ink seal was still sinking into the whale's head. Oh, the giant void sea whale let out a low roar and struggled with all its might, an expression of extreme agony on its face. At this time, the giant sea whale had lost a large amount of energy, and its internal organs had been corroded by 80 to 90% of the power of the curse. It was almost dying. Ha. You're weaker than I thought. As the black-robed old man laughed, his figure flickered back and forth, dodging the waves formed by the void sea whale's tumbling. If it was at its peak, a single wave from the whale would be able to severely injure normal origin core realms. Within the body of the whale, Master, the great origin core realm's sovereign, lord outside. The skeletal division leader was slightly worried. Everyone could clearly feel the aura of a great origin core realm. Before this, Zhao Feng and company had just barely managed to force Lord Husua back in a battle of life and death. Zhao Feng's void space eye-slash last time had also brought danger to himself. However, this great origin core realm seemed to be slightly stronger than Lord Husua's. With this great origin core realm suppressing the limitless ocean whale, it's a good chance for us to obtain the heart-blood essence. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Heart-blood essence? The skeletal division leader couldn't help but be surprised. Zhao Feng was still thinking about the heart-blood essence, even though they were facing trouble from both inside and outside. Even if he succeeded, would the great origin core realms outside let him go? Shua, the skeletal division leader, silently put away the ghost corpse cursed array. It wanted to see how Zhao Feng would achieve his goal. Let's break through this dimension first, Zhao Feng said. The method of breaking through wasn't hard. At this moment, the majority of the whale's life force had been sucked away by the curse. This included the dimension of the slime ocean. Freeze! Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power once more and used the Ice Imperial Spear's intent to freeze the slimy dimension. This time, the difficulty was even lower than last time. Open a path. Zhao Feng left the next step to the skeletal division leader. Whoosh! 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 The skeletal division leader expressionlessly circulated the 9 deadly Eanbone and easily opened a path in the dimension of ice. The process of opening the path was smoother than expected. This was mainly because the organs of the whale had lost most of their life force, and their digestive fluids were no longer active. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's bloodline power completely froze the organs, making them dry and brittle. Therefore, the skeletal division leader was able to easily create a tunnel through the ice. The two did their best not to take out their Earth-grade weapons in case they alerted the Great Origin Core Realm sovereigns outside. Luckily, the limitless ocean whale's body was huge and blocked off all senses. Furthermore, it was in the middle of a storm, so the movements inside its body were mostly hidden. "Let's go." Zhao Feng ordered Lulan Jishui. "Understood." Lulan Jishui and the others controlled the ship and left the slimy dimension through the grooved ice tunnel. "Turn left, then right." Zhao Feng's god's spiritual I had already seen the structure of the whale's body. A while later, the limitless ocean ship closed in on the heart of the whale. Pum! Pum! The sound of the heart gave off a terrifying pressure. The sailors all felt like they couldn't breathe. If it weren't for the fact that the whale was extremely weak, Zhao Feng wouldn't have dared to get close to its heart while it wasn't dead. When the whale was at its peak, anyone below the Origin Core Realm would explode if they tried to get close to its heart. The whale's heart was the size of a small palace, and it was dark blue with a blood-colored glow. "How do we get such a big heart?" The skeletal division leader had a weird expression. Zhao Feng thought for a while and decided to go with the old method. "Freeze!" Zhao Feng pushed out his hand, and a cold light spread out and froze the whale's heart. However, the whale's heart contained a lot of life force and couldn't be completely frozen in a short amount of time. "That's enough." Zhao Feng nodded his head. Even if it was only half frozen, it was enough. Furthermore, if it was completely frozen, the whale wouldn't have any life force and would lose all ability to resist, which wasn't good for the situation. The elder who was attacking the whale realized that something was wrong. The struggling giant sea whale became weaker and weaker. However, this was a good thing for him. "Captain, what do we do now?" Lulan Jishui and company were puzzled. From the looks of it, the whale's heart had been frozen, and the shaking of its body had lessened. Zhao Feng said one word, "Dig." "Meow meow." As soon as he said this, the little thieving cat jumped out with a small shovel. Crack! Crack! The little thieving cat waved the shovel and started to dig at the edge of the frozen heart. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The skeletal division leader's jaw dropped. But thinking back, this didn't seem to be the first time Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat had done something like this. "And let's do it together." Zhao Feng's hand started to shine with a cold light as he pressed it onto the whale's heart. As his bloodline power became purer, Zhao Feng started to comprehend some bloodline techniques. It didn't just come from the Ice Imperial Spear, it also came from his bloodline awakening. "Let's do it." Everyone took out their tools, or divine weapons, and dug around the frozen heart with all their might. The harder parts of the heart were left to the little thieving cat. Shwa! The little thieving cat swung a mysterious shadow dagger in its hand, easily cutting through the frozen heart veins. Half the time it took to make tea later. The giant whale's heart was dug out by everyone and lost connection with the flesh and blood of the whale. Luckily, Zhao Feng had frozen the area, or else there would be a river of blood. "Come." Zhao Feng raised his hand and put the giant whale's heart into his ancient metal ring. Luckily, this ancient metal ring was given to him by the Purple Saint Partial Spirit. It had a lot of storage and was of a high grade, which was why it was able to store such a large whale heart. "What's going on?" The elder outside realized that something was wrong. The whale's life force was extremely weak, and it had lost all ability to resist. Blood-colored rivers flowed out of its body and dyed the ocean red. Right at this moment, a gray void ship covered in a layer of ice flew out of the giant whale's mouth. "Who's there?" The old man in the black shirt subconsciously yelled. The aura of a great origin core realm made heaven and earth feel pressured. The hearts of everyone in the ship jumped. Thank you, Senior, for helping us escape. Zhao Feng slowly poked his head out after saying that. His face was filled with gratitude as he bowed deeply towards the old man in the black robe, looking as if he was crying tears of gratitude. Everyone in the ship broke out in cold sweat. It seemed like Zhao Feng was trying to trick a great origin core realm expert. You're a merchant group that's trapped inside the whale. The black-shirt old man thought about it and understood. It wasn't the first time that a ship was swallowed by a void giant whale in this area. Just as the two sides were talking, So, a pirate ship with a metal horn on its head flew over. It was large and carried almost 100 figures. Metal Horn Pirates. The captain of the Metal Horn Pirates is here as well? The elder's expression changed dramatically. 3 powerful auras of the Origin Core realm came from the ship, and the strongest one had reached the level of a great Origin Core realm sovereign lord. Ha ha ha. Waiting to reap the benefits. Let's surround this place. An arrogant laugh sounded from the Metal Horn Pirates. Chapter 581. The Metal Horn Pirate ship was 2 times bigger than the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, and it carried hundreds of pirates. There were 3 sovereigns at the Origin Core realm guarding the Metal Horn Pirate ship. One of them was a male with silver tattoos on his face. He was the pirate captain who had left earlier. Next to him was a black-veiled female with an ugly face and a pair of eyes as calm as still water. This black-veiled female had the cultivation of a late-stage small origin core realm, and her aura was weird. However, these 2 weren't the true leaders of the Metal Horn Pirate group. On the high platform at the top of the ship sat a purple-faced male wearing a leather coat. His muscles were as black as a metal bear's, and he gave off a cold feeling, as if he was made of steel. Friends, surround this place. The purple-faced male had a cunning expression as he laughed. There was a rusty metal horn on his neck. He was the captain of the Metal Horn Pirate group and the source of the great Origin Core realm aura. Whoosh! 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 The pirates on the Metal Horn Pirate group flew into the air and spread out under the lead of the 3 Origin Core realms, surrounding the whale's body. Captain of the Metal Horn Pirate group, I killed this limitless ocean whale first. Since you're here, I don't mind giving you the whale's body other than the heart blood essence. The shirt-wearing elder suggested. If it was one-on-one or just one person, he wouldn't give up. However, the situation wasn't in their favor. The other party had 3 Primal Core realm experts, and he and the young man and woman he brought were just 2 burdens. Ha ha ha. Third elder of the Gone Cloud Pavilion. You don't seem to understand the situation. This isn't the dimension where your Gone Cloud Pavilion is. The limitless ocean nearby is my territory. Hearing that, the captain of the Metal Horned Pirate group laughed. What do you want? The elder's expression became grim. The Gone Cloud Pavilion was one of the stronger sects nearby. It was a 1.5-star sect, and it was even at the peak of 1 star. It was only weaker than a handful of 2-star sections. The captain of the Metal Horn Pirate group obviously knew him, but he didn't care. Apart from the oceanic races, the limitless ocean was the territory of the pirates. Unless it was a 2-star sect, the captain of the Metal Horn Pirate group wasn't scared. Hee, what should we do? This is the territory of the Iron Horn Pirate group. Of course, we have the final say here, including the harvest on the sea. The Iron Triangle Regiment leader's face was filled with mockery. Little old man, if you know what's good for you, you'd scram far away from us. We will consider letting you go. The man with silver tattoos on his face laughed viciously. Preposterous! The old man's expression was extremely ugly, and he was so angry that he trembled. In the domain space, he could get whatever he wanted. How glorious was that? Normal, small, origin core realm sovereigns would be respectful when they saw him. The pirates had surrounded the area, and some of them were even harvesting the whale's corpse. The captain of the Iron Triangle troop stared coldly at the elder in the black robe. The old man's expression was gloomy, and his expression changed several times. His gaze suddenly scanned over Zhao Feng and the blue lightning sea sky ship, and his eyes lit up. There was another sovereign on the blue lightning sea sky ship. He didn't pay much attention to a small origin core realm sovereign when he was talking with Zhao Feng. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was the captain, and his soul was extremely strong. The old man had also sensed it. The fact that this ship was able to survive in the limitless ocean whale's body for a period of time meant that it wasn't simple. Little friend, that's sovereign, you've seen the situation. The Ironhorn pirates were arrogant, cunning, and ruthless. Even if you give up the whale's body, they won't let you go. The old man said with spiritual sense, if they wanted to fight for the heart-blood essence with the captain of the Ironhorn pirate group, they would have to rope in Zhao Feng's group. Brat, if you dare to work with this old man, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll tear you into pieces and feed you to the fishes. The captain of the Ironhorn pirate group threatened. The gazes of the pirates glanced at the blue lightning sea sky ship that Zhao Feng and company were on, and they didn't hide their greed. With their eyes, they could judge the quality of the ship. They were wary of the old man's battle power, so they wouldn't make things difficult for him. However, they obviously wouldn't give up on such a good chance. Senior, you were the one who saved us from the whale's stomach. We obviously won't reject you. Zhao Feng didn't bother with the threatening gazes of the Ironhorn pirate group. Good. The heart of the elder shook. With the addition of Zhao Feng's group, the difference in strength between the two sides had been reduced. The true deciding factor was the battle between the great origin core realms. I'll leave these two juniors to you. The elder waved his hand and pushed a young man and a young woman onto the blue lightning sea sky ship. After saying that, without any hesitation, he charged toward the captain of the Ironhorn pirate group. Old bastard, you dare to fight me? The captain of the Ironhorn pirate group licked his lips and faced the elder with a bloodthirsty expression. Boom! Boom! The two great origin core realms flew into the air and clashed, sending shockwaves across dozens of miles. In the blink of an eye, everyone could only see two black dots clashing in the air. Kill all the people below. The captain of the Ironhorn pirate group laughed cruelly as he fought and pressured the elder. He was very confident in his subordinates. The shirt-wearing elder attacked with all his might, and the aura of a great origin core realm flipped heaven and earth upside down as a green palm appeared. However, his opponent was also a great origin core realm, and he was an experienced and ruthless pirate captain. In a short amount of time, the elder wasn't able to gain any advantage. He started to worry about the battle power of Zhao Feng and company below. However, what was unexpected was that the young captain's expression was abnormally calm and didn't show any signs of panic. The sailors acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and they activated the blue lightning sea sky ship's array. Jishui, defend the ship. Zhao Feng ordered. With the blue lightning sea sky ship's defense, it would be able to last for an hour as long as there weren't any origin core realms. As for the battle, it was up to him and the skeletal division leader. Shua, Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader stood at the top of the ship. That youth is your captain. The beautiful woman stared at Zhao Feng's cold and resolute face in disbelief. Zhao Feng was so young, but he was already at the half-step origin core realm. Even in the island they were from, there wasn't a second genius like him. Furthermore, from the looks of it, even the sovereign had to listen to his orders. Master, there are two sovereigns on the other side. Which one do you choose? The flames in the skeletal division leader's eyes danced as it laughed. So, at this moment, the male in silver and the black-veiled woman were leading a group of people toward the ship. The Ironhorn pirate group had even dispatched some people to attempt to divide the giant whale. They even planned to send people into the giant whale's corpse. I'll leave both of them to you. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he spoke. Ah, what? the skeletal division leaders stumbled. One was at the middle stage small origin core realm, while the other was at the late stage small origin core realm. If it didn't have the ghost corpse cursed array, it would be hard for it to deal with them alone. There's no need to use the ghost corpse cursed array right now, Zhao Feng added, making the skeletal division leader feel bitter. Ever since it became Zhao Feng's servant, it had never been able to relax. Every time it was in danger, it would be on the verge of breaking apart. Shua! Zhao Feng left behind a faint purple afterimage as he flew toward the pirates approaching the whale. Just a half-step origin core realm. The two pirate leaders didn't put Zhao Feng in their eyes because there were at least 10 half-step origin core realms in their group. In their eyes, the skeletal division leader was the biggest threat. As long as they killed the skeletal division leader, they would be able to change the situation. Kill! The two pirate leaders charged toward the skeletal division leader. Crack! Crack! The skeletal division leader used a secret technique and merged the 9 deadly Een bone into its bones. In an instant, the skeletal division leader's body grew to a height of 2 or 3 yards, and it seemed to turn into a flaming bone giant. Whoosh! The skeletal division leader's flaming bone giant slammed out with terrifying power, sending the fierce-looking man flying. What power! There seems to be the aura of an Earth-grade weapon. The man almost spat out a mouthful of blood as the air of death entered his body. The expression of the black-veiled woman changed slightly. She didn't expect this skeleton to be so strong. Go! She gently waved her hand, and a layer of pale white flames appeared around her as she charged toward the skeletal division leader. Not only that, Shua! She waved her hand again, and a jade-like skeleton appeared in front of her. It was 6 yards tall and radiated a cold aura as it charged toward the skeletal division leader. A skeleton at the origin core realm. The skeletal division leader couldn't help but exclaim. This was the first time it had seen a ghost corpse at the origin core realm. The material of the skeleton wasn't simple, and its aura was close to the middle stage small origin core realm. It was obvious that the black-veiled woman cultivated the same path as the skeletal division leader. Ding! Ding! At this point in time, the two pirate leaders and the origin core realm ghost corpse surrounded the skeletal division leader. Why is it always me? The skeletal division leader almost exploded from anger. Luckily, the 9 deadly Een bone had merged with its bones and formed a flaming bone giant, which greatly increased its defense. Ding! 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 The origin core realm ghost corpse attacks landed on the flaming bone giant, but sparks flew. It wasn't able to pose any real threat in a short amount of time. At the same time, the skeletal division leader cursed its unscrupulous master and left the origin core realm battle. Hee, the more powerful you are, the more pressure you have to bear. Zhao Feng glanced over and was slightly surprised. It wasn't just the skeletal division leader that had become stronger. The black-veiled woman had also summoned a origin core realm ghost corpse. That skeleton's battle power is so strong. The mouths of the young man and woman within the ship were wide open. Although the skeletal division leader was on the defensive, it was still able to fight against 3 sovereigns by itself. How dirty! He's the captain, and he's running away. The charming woman slightly furrowed her eyebrows as she watched Zhao Feng disappear from the ship and escape from the battlefield. His movement technique was as fast as lightning. The handsome youth next to her also revealed a look of disdain. Chapter 582. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure flashed away from the Battle of the Sovereigns, and he didn't bother with the blue lightning sea-sky ship. His gaze was fixed on some pirates near the Void Sea Whale. At this moment in time, some of the Metal Horn pirates were already splitting the important parts of the whale, and they were even preparing to send people inside to search. If these pirates find out that the whale's heart no longer exists, the consequences will be dire. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart. The most precious thing on the void whale was the heart blood essence. The captain of the Metal Horn Pirates and the third elder of the Gone Cloud Gang were both determined to get the heart blood essence. Zhao Feng didn't want a secret to be exposed and become enemies with two great Origin Core Realm sovereign lords. Brat, where do you think you're going? A half-step Origin Core Realm led by 2 or 3 nearby pirates blocked Zhao Feng. Captain has ordered us to kill everyone below. Leave no one alive. The Void Pirates had cruel expressions on their faces. Zhao Feng didn't bother with them and lightly flicked his finger. Shoo! A few faint purple arcs of wind and lightning flashed through the air, each as thin as a feather. Woo! The bodies of the 2 or 3 Void Pirates that were approaching stiffened. Traces of faint purple wind and lightning appeared on the scars on their chests. The purple destruction wind lightning contained a wisp of destruction intent that instantly destroyed the life force within their bodies. That half-step Primal Core Realm Pirate's life force was extinguished. Zhao Feng killed the 3 pirates in the blink of an eye. Compared to the half-step Origin Core Realm Pirates from the Blue Lightning Pirates, this time was much easier. His comprehension of the purple destruction wind lightning had reached 20 to 30%, and his half-step True Yuan was formed from the power of the purple destruction wind lightning. Plop! Plop! Zhao Feng's figure soon landed on the whale, and the nearby pirates screamed as they fell to the ground. This brat is weird. The pirates nearby noticed Zhao Feng and became wary. So. The nearby pirates were led by 3 half-step Origin Core Realms and charged at Zhao Feng. Facing the human wave tactic, Zhao Feng smiled calmly. Swoosh! Whoosh! Leaving behind overlapping blurry purple lightning. Those Void Pirates couldn't even touch the corner of Zhao Feng's clothes. Thump! 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 On the other hand, the pirates who got close to Zhao Feng fell into the sea and died. The corpses of these dead Void Pirates were well preserved, but there were burn marks on the vital parts of their hearts that were emitting black smoke. The purple destruction tempest's speed and attack had reached an extreme. These Void Pirates had no way of dodging or defending. Every time Zhao Feng flicked his finger, a wisp of purple destruction tempest would appear. However, the aura of destruction contained within it was extremely terrifying. That wisp of destructive wind, thunder power instantly extinguished all signs of life. Zhao Feng laughed lightly as his figure flashed and killed the nearby Void Pirates with a flick of his finger. At his current level, those below the Origin Core Realm were like ants that could be killed with a flick of his finger. This brat. What terrifying strength! The Void Pirates near the whale were slaughtered, one by one. Zhao Feng passed through the whale. Even if the Void Pirates didn't get close, he would still kill them. In a short while, there were more than 20 Void Pirates that died in Zhao Feng's hands. Furthermore, this number kept on increasing as time passed. We've blamed him wrongly. The charming female was shocked and ashamed as she saw Zhao Feng kill peak, true, Lord ranks, and half-step Origin Core Realms with a wave of his hand. What strong battle power! It's impossible for such a terrifying genius to exist in our region, or even in the nearby islands, unless he's from a 2-star sect. The handsome youth's heart trembled. With Zhao Feng's strength, he could also kill them with a flick of his finger. This scene caught the attention of the other 2 Origin Core Realms. Looks like we've made a mistake. The fierce-looking man and the black-veiled woman looked at each other with surprise. They obviously didn't expect a junior to have such strong battle power. If they didn't stop him, Zhao Feng could kill all the Void Pirates except for the Origin Core Realm. Go! The black-veiled woman waved her hand and ordered the Origin Core Realm ghost corpses to help the pirates near the whale. Zhao Feng was slaughtering the pirates near the whale when he suddenly felt a ghastly aura of death. He turned his head. The jade-black skeleton ghost corpse charged toward him, wreathed in a fiery aura. If it was in the past, Zhao Feng might have tried to subdue this ghost corpses and use his god's spiritual eye to control them. But now, he didn't dare to use his eye bloodline too much. Purple destruction, wind, lightning whip. Zhao Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he condensed a faint purple whip of wind and lightning in his hand and released an aura of destruction. Boom! Pa! The purple destruction tempest whip lashed at the ink jade skeleton's body, causing black smoke to rise from the skeleton's body and thunder to explode. The power of lightning countered ghost corpses to a certain degree. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's purple destruction wind lightning contained the laws of destruction and surpassed normal lightning. In the clash of the two, Zhao Feng immediately gained the upper hand. The purple destruction wind lightning whip landed on the origin core realm ghost corpses, causing them to explode and smoke to rise as they were forced to retreat. A few breaths later, Zhao Feng suppressed the black jade skeleton and beat it into a sorry state. One could almost hear the wails of a dead soul. Master, that's origin core realm ghost corpses. The refinement of that skeleton was fused with a rare dark black crystal bone, and it's a top-grade bone Dao material. Even the skeletal division leader felt its heart hurt. Mystic black crystal bone? Zhao Feng instantly understood that this material was extremely useful to the skeletal division leader. Shua! Zhao Feng put away the purple destruction wind lightning whip and merged the power of the destruction wind lightning into his body. Ice Imperial Seal. Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline power, and a crystal-like seal appeared in his palm. It grew 10 times in size and radiated an ancient power that enveloped the black jade skeleton. See, a layer of frost immediately condensed on the surface of the black jade skeleton, and its body stiffened. It was about to be enveloped by the ice blue light seal, and its surface showed signs of turning into ice crystals. However, it was still an origin core realm ghost corpses, and black flames burned around its body as it tried to resist the ice imperial seal. Ice Imperial Spear. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed as he circulated the laws of ice and water and used the power of the ice imperial spear. In an instant, the power of the ice imperial seal rose to another level. The black jade skeleton's body was suddenly sealed in ice. Its entire body turned into ice crystals and was enveloped in a dark blue, crystal-like hexahedron seal. Master, good job! On the other side, the skeletal division leader was overjoyed when it saw this. My black jade skeleton king, stop! The expression of the black-veiled woman changed dramatically as she roared in anger. Zhao Feng didn't move. With a wave of his hand, a dark blue ripple entered the crystal. Ice and water. The ripple turned into a blade of ice that sliced the black jade skeleton into several pieces. Because the black-veiled woman was controlling the black jade skeleton, the black jade skeleton struggled. Once there was a struggling object, it would be very difficult to put it into a storage item. This was a rule. Crack! Crack! The black jade skeleton broke into several pieces and was put into Zhao Feng's interspatial ring. The skeletal division leader only needed its Tao of bone anyways. Brat, you've ruined my 100 years of hard work. I'll make you wish for death. The black-veiled woman went crazy and lost her mind. How difficult was it to nurture a venerable realm ghost corpse? The nearby pirates were all dumbfounded. Within the blue lightning sea sky ship, the beautiful woman and the skeletal division leader were stunned. It's hard to find such a genius, even in the 1,000 flowing islands and 2-star sects. The gentle and charming woman stared at the cold and resolute young man on the sea whale, and a few traces of admiration appeared on her face. Zhizhizha! The skeletal division leader turned into a flaming bone giant and sent the black-veiled woman flying with a howl of death-e'en flames around its arm. Wah! The black-veiled woman spat out a mouthful of blood. After losing the black jade skeleton king, her battle power had decreased by 20 to 30%. At this point in time, the skeletal division leader was starting to suppress the two sovereigns with its 9 deadly bone. Plop, plop, plop. Zhao Feng's figure wobbled on the limitless ocean whale. His speed was extremely fast, and he soon killed all the pirates within 10 to 20 miles. The remaining pirates were scared out of their wits and had long since fled 100 miles away. Why is it like this? The expression of the captain of the Metal Triangle Pirates finally changed. A group that he didn't even put in his eyes had such shocking battle power. The skeletal division leader was fighting 2 sovereigns by itself. That youth casually slaughtered the pirates and froze and beheaded the venerable level ink jade skeleton. It's time to end this. Zhao Feng looked around and saw that there was no longer a single pirate nearby. Wang, a pair of faint purple wings of wind and lightning formed behind Zhao Feng's back and created a strong gust of wind and lightning around him. Wings of wind and lightning. In just 1 or 2 blinks of an eye, Zhao Feng had returned to the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship. Near the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship, the wind and lightning yuan qi of heaven and earth formed a powerful intent at the origin core realm. Crack! Whoosh! A pair of wind lightning wings that were dozens of feet long appeared above everyone's heads, surrounded by a powerful aura of purple destruction wind lightning. The hearts of the 2 pirate leaders who were currently fighting, the gentle-looking woman, and the others on the ship trembled, unable to react. Blade of purple destruction. A faint purple blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing condensed in Zhao Feng's palm. A layer of purple destruction wind lightning appeared on its surface, and the aura of destruction was condensed. Shoo! The moment Zhao Feng appeared, the blade of purple destruction had already finished forming and was ready to fire. Shwa! The blade of purple destruction slashed into the back of the woman's neck. Arg! The ugly, black-veiled woman let out a blood-curdling scream. Her face was filled with terror and confusion. Not long ago, she had been heavily injured by the skeletal division leader and hadn't even calmed down. However, when the wings of wind and lightning brought Zhao Feng back, the attack had already been completed. Shoo! The blade of purple destruction pierced through the white flames around the woman's body, and its power was extremely dim. However, the power of the destruction ultimacy contained in the purple destruction blade was enough to destroy the life force of the ugly, black-veiled woman. Plop! The woman's body fell from the limitless ocean. The fierce-looking man who was fighting alongside her shuddered and sucked in a breath of cold air. The perfect combination of the wings of wind and lightning and the blade of purple destruction allowed Zhao Feng to unleash a reverse lightning slash. Chapter 583. The death of the black-veiled woman made the expression of the fierce-looking man change dramatically. What happened just then was too fast. No one would have thought that Zhao Feng would turn around so quickly. Furthermore, the instant the wings of wind and lightning appeared, Zhao Feng's blade of purple destruction slashed out. Even the skeletal division leader had an expression of disbelief. Zhao Feng turned around and killed a late-stage small origin core realm sovereign. In reality, the power of the blade of purple destruction itself could only threaten early-stage small origin core realms. Even middle-stage small origin core realms like the skeletal division leader and the fierce-looking man could threaten them, but the threat was much lower if they were on guard. However, for late-stage small origin core realms, the blade of purple destruction's threat was very limited. The reason why Zhao Feng succeeded was because of the combination of the blade of purple destruction and the wings of wind and lightning. Firstly, during the process of turning around, Zhao Feng's blade of purple destruction's power had reached its limit. Although Zhao Feng had only comprehended 20 to 30% of the purple destruction wind lightning, it had merged with the aura of the ancient dream realm and contained the power of destruction. Its purity surpassed the wind lightning emperors. Secondly, the wings of wind and lightning had the effect of increasing the power of wind lightning. With the help of the wings of wind and lightning, Zhao Feng's speed was also shocking. Half of the reason for the black-veiled woman's death was due to negligence, adding on the fact that he was injured by the skeletal division leader due to the loss of the black jade skeleton. Above the misty ocean, the battle between the two supremacies caused deafening explosions that shook the soul. How is this possible? The change in the situation below made the expressions of the metal triangle captain change dramatically. The reason why the metal triangle captain dared to force the elder was because he had a group of powerful subordinates. And now, this advantage was quickly being destroyed by Zhao Feng. Ha ha ha, I didn't misjudge that brat. The black-robed elder, Ganyun's third elder, laughed heartily, his face glowing red. His attacks became even more forceful as he tried to restrain the leader of the Iron Triangle tribe. He could not help but rejoice that he had made the right bet. Before working together, the elder had only sensed that Zhao Feng was not simple, but he had not expected such a pleasant surprise. After the death of the ugly black-veiled woman, there was no longer any suspense in the situation below. Purple destruction, wind, lightning whip. Zhao Feng urged the half-step Jinyuan in his body, condensing a light purple chain light into a wind thunder whip in his hand. As it danced in the air, it left a trail of purple lightning in its wake. Amidst the explosions of wind and thunder, a destructive aura wreaked havoc. The purple destruction tempest whip wrapped around the fierce man from behind, forming a pincer attack. Jia, jia, jia. On the other side, the skeletal division leader laughed and increased the intensity of its attacks, forcing the fierce-looking man to cough out a mouthful of blood. The man panicked. Even in a one-on-one fight, he wasn't the skeletal division leader's match. Zhao Feng's participation quickly forced the fierce-faced man into a desperate situation. Crackle! The purple destruction tempest whip transformed into an impenetrable net of wind and lightning that trapped the man. In just a short while, under the pincer attack of Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader, the male's body was scorched black and started to smoke. He was then sliced in half by the flaming bone giant that the skeletal division leader had turned into. Ha ha ha! Quick, quick! The black-robed old man high in the fog showed a gloating expression as he laughed loudly. The expression of the metal triangle captain was grim as he glanced at Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader. Because of the existence of Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader, not only was he unable to take the limitless ocean whale, he had also suffered heavy losses. So, Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader didn't linger after killing the two sovereigns and continued toward the metal triangle captain. You're courting death. The metal triangle captain snickered coldly as his great origin core realm aura changed the environment. A battle between great origin core realms was a clash of heaven and earth. Normal sovereigns would be restricted if they got close. Ice Imperial Spear. Zhao Feng took out the main body of the Ice Imperial Spear, and a dark blue spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear seemed to be made of crystal and radiated a dreamy light. With Zhao Feng's bloodline power and half-step origin core realm cultivation, he was able to easily take out the main body of the Ice Imperial Spear. On top of that, the Ice Imperial Spear's spirituality had awakened after absorbing the aura from the ancient dream realm. Wang Shuo. As the Ice Imperial Spear moved, it created ice lotuses that looked like dark blue crystals. They radiated the forbidden power of an ancient frost, and everything in the surrounding void sea quickly froze. Boom! Boom! Even the shock waves created by the Ice Imperial Spear were frozen by the Ice Imperial Spear's primordial Ice Imperial Spear. Without a doubt, after this breakthrough, Zhao Feng's overall strength increased dramatically, and the Ice Imperial Spear's spirituality had awakened, allowing it to unleash even more of the Ice Imperial Inheritance's power. Go! Zhao Feng pointed out, and the ice lotuses shot toward the captain of the metal triangle captain. The power of the Ice Imperial Spear exploded and froze the area. Void sky in demonic stab. The skeletal division leader returned to its normal state and threw out its Earth-grade weapon. A dark silver bone pierced through the air and attacked the captain of the Metal Triangle Captain from the other side. Even the captain of the Metal Triangle Captain, who was at the Great Origin Core realm, couldn't ignore the two powerful Earth-grade weapons. Pum! Crack! The power of the two Earth-grade weapons was torn apart by the dark metal blades around the captain of the Metal Triangle Captain. Under normal situations, he wouldn't even put Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader in his eyes. However, his true opponent was the Elder at the Great Origin Core realm. The frost from the Ice Imperial Spear's explosion had reduced his speed to a certain extent. The skeletal division leader's 9 deadly Inbone also weakened his defense. These influences could not be ignored and could even cause some trouble for the Iron Triangle Regiment commander. Enough to break the balance. An Earth-grade weapon that's close to the middle tier. The captain of the Metal Triangle Captain was furious. Even though he was at the Great Origin Core realm, he only had one Earth-grade weapon, which might not even be as good as the skeletal division leader's 9 deadly Inbone. At the same time, the Elder laughed and used a powerful secret technique to attack the weakness of the captain of the Metal Triangle Captain. Boom! The two sovereign lords clashed in the ocean of mist, and the shockwaves caused Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader to wobble. He's still a Great Origin Core realm after all. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader could clearly feel the difference in strength between them and the Great Origin Core realm. Tung! 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 The captain of the Metal Triangle Captain was pushed back, and blood leaked from his mouth as he looked at Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader hatefully. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader didn't hold back because of this, and their attacks became even fiercer. Boom! Boom! The attacks of 3 Origin Core realms chased after the captain of the Metal Triangle Captain. Retreat! The captain of the Metal Triangle Captain gritted his teeth as he looked at Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader. Brat, don't let me see you again. The captain of the Metal Triangle Captain covered the retreat of the pirates. After chasing for several thousand miles, the captain of the Metal Triangle Captain was injured, so the Elder didn't dare to push him too hard and gave up on the chase. He was still concerned about the value of the limitless ocean whale. Thank you for your trouble. The shirt-wearing old man was victorious, and his smile was very thick. Not long after, the 3 returned to the vicinity of the whale. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader landed on the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship. We won. The charming woman was overjoyed, her eyes glittering as she gazed at Zhao Feng with worship and adoration. Zhao Feng's contributions in defeating the Ironhorn pirates couldn't go unnoticed, and he even played a crucial role. Little friend, it's all thanks to you. If you have any requests, you can ask me, the old man said with a smile. He admired a genius like Zhao Feng, but at the same time he was curious about his background. A genius like this definitely didn't have a simple background. Furthermore, both Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader had Earth-grade weapons. Senior is being too serious. If it wasn't for you, we would have probably died in the stomach of the whale in a few days. Zhao Feng said gratefully. Not only did he not make any requests, he even took the initiative to hand the whale over to the black-robed elder. We don't want a single cent of this limitless ocean whale. Just take it as repayment for your kindness. Zhao Feng said sincerely. When the 3 of them heard this, they felt somewhat embarrassed, so they tried to decline. After all, Zhao Feng had played a major role in pushing back the Ironhorn pirates. However, Zhao Feng's attitude was firm, and he didn't want to touch the whale. This youth's background definitely isn't simple. He's most likely from a 2-star sect or even the spiritual sacred lands. The elder sighed as he watched the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship leave. It's unfortunate that I won't be able to meet another genius like him in my lifetime. The charming woman's face was filled with disappointment as she sighed in her heart. In the sect, She was the most sought-after daughter of the heavens. She was even a once-in-a-century genius in the island region. But that youth, from the beginning to the end, had never looked her in the eye. "Let's do it." The elder led the two to start dissecting the whale's body. Because the body of the giant whale was too large, and to prevent any accidents, the three of them dissected the most valuable parts of the giant whale first. A while later, the elder entered the depths of the whale's body. Why don't I see the whale's heart?" The black-robed elder was puzzled. Inside the whale's body, blood flowed like a river from an area of ice. The area where the layer of ice was frozen had obvious cut marks. This should be where the heart should be. The elder's expression changed, and his heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition grew in his heart. He waved his hand and circulated his true yuan to melt the ice. In his vision, the area covered by the ice was empty, and it was as big as a palace. It was obvious that the whale's heart had been dug out. Could it be? A layer of haze appeared on the elder's face. In the next instant, boom, boom, blood spurted out from the hollowed-out heart, and a bloody light engulfed the elder. The heart was the center of the whale, and it was where the blood flowed. After the ice broke, the blood in the whale's body surged, and some of the blood vessels even exploded. A while later, poof, covered in blood, the black-robed old man leaped out of the whale's body in a sorry state. "Damned bastard!" An enraged voice sounded across the limitless ocean, and the terrifying aura of a great origin core realm affected the environment. Chapter 584. In the limitless ocean, the blue lightning sea-sky ship traveled 10,000 miles at its fastest speed before diving back into the limitless ocean. Zhao Feng ordered the blue sea-sky ship to dive deeper into the ocean and slightly change directions. Without a clear direction, trying to find a ship in the limitless ocean was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, this void ocean ship could travel deep into the sea, and it was also adept at disguising itself. Within the ship, Zhao Feng let out a breath. "Master, as long as we set up the Ghost Corp's cursed array, we won't need to be scared of a great origin core realm sovereign lord," the skeletal division leader said. Zhao Feng shook his head faintly. "Try not to cause any trouble." Ever since he used the void space I// to force back Lord Husua, he felt a strong sense of danger. Furthermore, he didn't want to fight a great origin core realm sovereign lord head-on. He wanted to escape. The previous clash showed that there was still a big difference between Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader and a great origin core realm. Even if they set up the Ghost Corp's cursed array, it would take a lot of effort to defeat a great origin core realm. "Skeletal division leader, here's what you wanted." Zhao Feng waved his hand and handed a pile of jade-like bones to the skeletal division leader. These jade-like bones were part of the sovereign realm dark jade skeleton. This bone indeed has the mystic black crystal bone merged into it, as well as some top-tier resources of the Tao of Ghost Corpses. The skeletal division leader was overjoyed. The mystic black crystal bone was a top-tier bone resource that was extremely hard to find in the Azure Flower continent. "Thank you, Master. With the mystic black crystal bone, my bone refining body will definitely become stronger." The skeletal division leader immediately went into seclusion after obtaining the materials. The environment within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl was suitable for ghost corpses, and it was also suitable for it. At the current stage, the skeletal division leader didn't need to refine ghost corpses, so it had more time to cultivate. Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. The skeletal division leader was still under his control, so it wasn't a big deal to increase its strength a bit more. On the other hand, he had the help of the ancient dream realm and a large amount of resources from the Purple Saint ruins. He didn't believe that the skeletal division leader would leave him far behind in terms of cultivation. Not to mention now, Zhao Feng had also obtained the ocean whale heart blood essence, which increased his state of existence and his body by leaps and bounds. Half a day later, Zhao Feng felt the aura of a great origin core realm flash through the air, and it seemed to come from the gone cloud third elder, 1,000 miles away in the void misty sea. Don't let me catch that cunning thief. The black-robed old man led 2 juniors through the limitless ocean. The 2 felt the terrifying aura and anger of a great origin core realm on the way, and their hearts jumped, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, the old man also knew that the chances of finding a ship aimlessly in the boundless void sea were extremely low. Whoosh! The aura of a great origin core realm traveled further and further away. Within the blue lightning sea sky ship, Zhao Feng and company couldn't help but sweat coldly. They didn't expect to almost bump into the old man. Several days later, the blue lightning sea sky ship traveled a bit more and nothing happened. Zhao Feng felt that it was about time, so he told the blue lightning sea sky ship to go back into the limitless ocean. Captain, the blue lightning sea sky ship has been corroded by the slime for several months. Many parts are damaged, and the ship's speed and defense aren't as good as before. Lulan Jishue reported. This was the conclusion that Lulan Jishue and company came to after inspecting the ship. Can't we fix it? Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. He found that the ship wasn't as fast as before. If they didn't fix it, the damage to the ship would continue to increase, and its performance would decrease. The Limitless Ocean ship is a huge machine that involves forging, arrays, and even metal. Even if we have the materials, we won't be able to fix it. Lulan Jishue shook her head. Some of the sailors on the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship weren't professional sailors before, and they had only become qualified after getting used to it. However, it would be too harsh to ask them to fix the ship. We need to find a blacksmith in a nearby island or some other place to repair it, Lulan Jishue suggested. That's the only way. Zhao Feng sighed helplessly. His destination this time was the territory of another spirit realm holy land. The journey was extremely far. If one didn't have the help of an excellent ship, flying by oneself would not only be exhausting, but it would also waste a lot of cultivation time. So, even if he had to pay a price and waste some time, Zhao Feng had to fix the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship. It's best if I can use this chance to increase the speed of the Blue Lightning Sea Sky ship. Zhao Feng made a decision. This way, Zhao Feng needed to find an island or a transfer station like the 8 Desolate Mountain in the 1,000 Flowing group to upgrade the Blue Sea Sky ship. 1,000 Flowing Islands. A map appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. The 1,000 Flowing Islands was much bigger than the Tianlu Islands. According to the map, there were 3 island regions nearby and 7 or 8 smaller regions that were similar to the 8 Desolate Mountain scattered around. Void Ocean Spiritual Palace? Zhao Feng found a special place on the map. It was called the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. This mark was different from that of the other island regions and mini-regions. Void Ocean Spiritual Palace? What's that? Zhao Feng asked Lulan Jishue. Lulan Jishue also said she hadn't heard of it before. One of the old sailors exclaimed, "The legendary Void Ocean Spiritual Palace?" As for the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace, the old sailor quickly told him the relevant information. So, the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace was a high-end trading place on the limitless ocean. It was like a small supply point. Apparently, the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace has a high status in the limitless ocean, and it's controlled by the sacred land of spiritual realm. Not only do pirates not dare to come here, but even 1-star and 2-star sects don't dare to offend them. The old sailor's knowledge was limited. Sacred land of spiritual realm? Zhao Feng instantly understood that the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace wasn't a normal trading place. There were 3 sacred lands in the Tsang Ocean: the True Martial Spiritual Zone, the Floating Dream Spiritual Zone, and the Myriad Forest Spiritual Zone. The sacred land of spiritual realm was a higher-level cultivation, sacred zone that surpassed normal island zones. It was said that there were 3-star sects in the sacred land of spiritual realm. No wonder the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace had a special symbol on the map that the Purple Saint Partial Spirit had given him. Then let's try our luck at the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Zhao Feng used the ship captain's movement technique to determine the direction. With their current speed, it would take them around 10 days to reach the Void Ocean Spiritual Palace. Within the captain's room, Zhao Feng sat cross-legged as his consciousness entered the ancient metal ring, which contained the whale's heart. If the whale's heart is stored for a long time, it'll lose its life force. I need to extract the heart blood essence from it as soon as possible. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. Half a day later, the blue sea sky ship entered a quiet ocean, and Zhao Feng first scanned the area to make sure there weren't any powerful beasts nearby. Next, Zhao Feng took out the enormous whale's heart and extracted the heart blood essence. The skeletal division leader, the little thieving cat, Lulan Jishui and company all participated. After all, the limitless ocean whale's state of existence was close to the void god realm, so its heart was extremely large and contained a lot of heart blood essence. Half a day later, the heart blood essence from the whale's heart was sucked out and put into a dark green gourd that Zhao Feng had prepared. This gourd was the green spiritual gourd that Zhao Feng had obtained from the giant scorpion cave. The emerald spiritual gourd was a kind of heaven and earth oddity. It was a strange item used to refine storage items. It could store all kinds of rare herbs and corrosive medicinal liquids. What was even more legendary was that it could store yuan souls. Legends said that a void god realm king placed his yuan soul in the green spiritual gourd at the brink of death. 100 years later, his yuan soul came out and was reborn. Zhao Feng soon used the green spiritual gourd to store all the heart blood essence. The green spiritual gourd had the ability to keep things fresh, so Zhao Feng didn't worry about putting the heart blood essence inside. Even Zhao Feng's last drop of elixir of life was inside. At this moment, the sailors looked at the green spiritual gourd with fiery eyes. Everyone get a basin, and Vice Captain get a bucket. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. He estimated that there was enough heart blood essence to fill a small room. Thank you, Captain. Lulan Jishui and company were filled with gratitude. To them, the heart blood essence was undoubtedly a legendary and precious sacred blood. Furthermore, the dead whale's state of existence far surpassed normal, limitless ocean whales, so the heart blood essence would be even better. Even if it was just a basin of heart essence blood, if used sparingly, it could be rubbed all over the body, allowing the body to absorb it. It would have the effect of being reborn. Alternatively, the heart blood essence could be diluted and used multiple times. Lulan Jishui's state of existence and body would increase by leaps and bounds after being bathed in a large bucket of heart blood essence. The skeletal division leader in the 10,000 Ghost Pearl also received a bucket of heart blood essence, and when used together with a mystic black crystal bone, it would strengthen its bones. Captain, if you have extra heart blood essence, you can merge it into the ship and make it more compatible with the limitless ocean. It will also have the aura of ancient beasts and will be able to repel some beasts. An old sailor suggested. Okay, I'll think about it. Zhao Feng nodded his head. He could save this suggestion for when he was repairing the ship. Within the captain's room, Zhao Feng soaked in a bucket of heart blood essence and felt a warm sensation throughout his body. As time passed, the warmth became stronger and stronger until it became fiery hot. An hour later, Zhao Feng's entire body, including his internal organs, was being cleansed by an ancient life form's bloodline energy. Even though Zhao Feng's body was comparable to a sovereign, he still felt a fiery pain. However, at the same time, he felt his state of existence become stronger and a numbing sensation spread throughout his body. If a normal true lord rank was showered in a bucket of heart blood essence, their entire body would probably suffer a heart-wrenching pain and might even collapse and die. Luckily, the sailors diluted the heart blood essence or used it several times. It could be said that everyone on the ship benefited from the heart blood essence. The weaker one's state of existence and cultivation, the better the effect.